Hello again. My name is Ayman Shalkawi. I'm the Deputy Chair of the IUCN World Commission on Environmental Law. I'm also the Director of the Hassan II International Center for Environmental Training. But first and foremost for today, I'll be the Master of Ceremonies for the Colloquium, the Environmental Rule of Law Future Directions. Without further ado, for the welcoming remarks, I'll be very happy to give the floor to Professor Dr. Christina Voigt, Chair of the IUCN World Commission on Environmental Law and also Professor at University of Oslo. Christina, the floor is yours. And let's give ourselves some energy, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ayman. Thank you for the energy. It is a great honor. It's a great privilege to welcome you all on behalf of the IUCN World Commission on Environmental Law to the International Expert Colloquium on the Environmental Rule of Law Future Directives. As Ayman said, my name is Christina Voigt, and I'm the chair of the IUCN World Commission on Environmental Law. I would like to full-heartedly thank our host, the World Bank, for having us today. Our thanks go in particular to Dr. Christopher Stevens, who is, I think, with us online or wants to be with us online. Hopefully he can hear us. He's the Senior Vice President and the General Counsel of the, there he is, the General Counsel of the World Bank Group, as well as to Dr. Fabiano Andrade de Correa, sitting over there. He is the co-chair of the IUCN World Commission on Environmental Law's Climate Change Specialist Group and senior counsel at the World Bank, and he was instrumental in getting us here and organizing this event. Thank you, Fabiano. I would also like to thank all of our partners, the United Nations Environment Programme, represented here by Dr. Patricia Kameri-Mbote, sitting over there, Director of the UNEP Law Division, who also will be delivering one of the two keynotes here today. And the Inter-American Institute on Justice and Sustainability, represented by its CEO, Mrs. Claudia de Wind, the Georgetown University Environmental Law and Policy Program and its director, Dr. Lydia Slobodian. The American University Washington College of Law, Program on Environment and Environmental Law, and the University of Oslo, Faculty of Law. The rule of law, as we all know, is fundamental to ensuring justice, maintaining order, and protecting citizens from arbitrary governance. It is a cornerstone of democratic societies, and it helps to have legal processes, to bring about legal processes that are just, that are predictable, and transparent. Yet, in our deliberations of justice and fairness, the environment and its fundamental value for human societies, for communities, for people, for the economy, are not always well represented and included, leading to the environment being considered as an externality or a cost or something that can be disregarded altogether. We see the consequences of this in the planetary crises of climate change, of biodiversity loss, of pollution. These crises are based on myriads of decisions, market failures, and legal insufficiencies to protect the environment and the right to a clean and healthy environment. The environmental rule of law seeks to remedy this situation. It applies the principles of the rule of law to environmental governance. The idea is to ensure that laws are applied fairly and effectively to environmental protection. It is foundational for protecting the environment, environmental rights, and ensuring sustainable development. For some of you, the environmental rule of law may be well known. For some of you, it may be new. Whatever your entry point, we hope that by gathering experts here from the World Commission on Environmental Law from all over the world and from many partners we can today exchange and discuss and reflect, and hopefully these exchanges and discussions and reflections will leave us all with a better sense and a better understanding of this important concept of the environmental rule of law. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Christina. I'm now delighted to give the floor virtually to Dr. Christopher Stevens, Senior Vice President and Group General Counsel at the World Bank. Doctor, the floor is yours. Thank you. You're currently muted. We can see you very well, but you're currently muted. You cannot hear us, it seems. Fabiano, if you could help us with that.
There we are.
Oh,
now we have
okay,
it. I'm
yeah,
unable to unmute myself, which is a good thing in case I carry on, because presumably then you can mute me then too. But good morning. Can you hear me all right now?
Yes, we can.
Perfect, thank you. And I'm sorry I couldn't be with you in person today, but I'm en route to the airport, and so I have to participate remotely. But I am very honored to provide remarks for such a timely and important gathering as this. Events like this are not only important to the principles of responsible and sustainable development, they're at the core of the World Bank's newly defined mission to eradicate extreme poverty on a livable planet. The concept of livable planet underscores the World Bank's long and deep commitment to environmental and social sustainability, and it pushes those principles to the forefront of what we do by specifically pointing to climate change mitigation and adaptation and environmental and social considerations as central parts of the bank's group-wide strategy, not by mere externalities, as Dr. Voigt pointed out. And so I'm also proud to say that the World Bank's legal department is playing an increasingly active role in helping the World Bank Group realize these objectives by proactively participating and leading in different parts of this strategy, thereby advancing the environmental rule of law that Dr. Voigt pointed out. But before I get too far into that, I'd like to thank the organizers of this International Experts Colloquium, the World Commission on Environmental Law, the International Union for Conservation of Nature does a remarkable job promoting environmental law and policies, and we're so happy to welcome Dr. Voigt and her colleagues here and to be a partner for this event. I also commend UNEP, longstanding partner of ours, Professor Claudia de Wint in the Inter-American Institute on Justice and Sustainability, and colleagues from American University, Washington College of Law, University of Oslo, Professor Lydia Slowadian and the colleagues from Georgetown University and its Earth Commons and Environmental Law and Policy Program, and of course our colleagues from the World Bank for all their effort in putting together the colloquium. Let me also cast aside what shred of humility remains by noting how exceptionally fortunate we are in the World Bank to have within our legal department some of the most talented, knowledgeable, and passionately committed environmental lawyers and staff who contribute so tirelessly and significantly to the bank's work on environmental and social risk management, climate change, mitigation and adaptation, and environmental justice that are so critical to this agenda. Although now I'm quite upset with the organizers that they've slotted me to follow the brilliant remarks of Dr. Voigt. Certainly a hard act to follow, but let's see if I can do my best. Let me start by sharing some of the initiatives that we've been pursuing within the World Bank's legal department to strengthen the bank's advancement of environmental rule of law. As many of you know, we've been working for many years to support countries in progressively improving their domestic legal frameworks for environmental management. The World Bank's 2018 Environmental and Social Framework, or ESF, has provided an international benchmark for borrowing countries on how to identify, assess, and manage the environment and social risks and impacts associated with bank-financed projects. So when we lend to our member countries, we require them to comply with the ESF. And in doing so, the bank requires that the environmental and social assessments undertaken by a borrower take account of the country's national laws and national environmental and social action plans and the country's obligations under international treaties in agreements. And so by doing so, the ESF hits the trifecta, bringing to bear the bank standards, the country's domestic laws, and the country's international environmental commitments. And of course, contractual commitments of borrowers are binding, and therefore they're enforceable through our legal agreements with borrowers. This level of extensive compliance, of course, requires our lawyers to understand all three sets of requirements and also to have an understanding of the capacity of the borrowing country's institutions and systems, because all these requirements are largely meaningless if they're not properly understood and faithfully and competently applied by our borrowers. So as you know, our development agenda is country-led, and it's the borrowers who have primary responsibility for compliance with environmental and social standards, among many other policy commitments that we apply. That said, we have a responsibility to assess the capability of our borrowers to comply in order to give us comfort that environmental and social risks will be properly identified and assessed and avoided or mitigated, and that the ESF will be properly implemented, including the creation and application of appropriate action plans, adequate monitoring and reporting, and where necessary, appropriate remedial action will be taken, and in the worst cases, enforcement can be exercised. And that's the subject that brings us now to the concept of accountability. The World Bank's accountability mechanism, which comprises both an inspection and a dispute resolution function, ensures affected people and communities that they have a forum in which they can bring their concerns and grievances for an independent and objective assessment. And where an investigation finds that non-compliance with bank policies has contributed to harm, the bank will develop a management action plan for approval by our board to address the findings of that investigation. But the accountability mechanism really can best be seen as the top of a pyramid of broader systems designed to address the concerns of affected people. At the project level, at the base of the pyramid, for every project, the bank policy requires grievance redress mechanisms, which can be as simple as a hotline or a comment box that community members can use to express concerns about how a project is being implemented, and it can be more elaborate, such as a structure that includes a committee and a staff to review and address complaints. The next level up on the pyramid would be the corporate grievance redress service, which is an avenue for individuals and communities to submit complaints directly to the World Bank. The grievance redress service receives an average of about 300 complaints every year and resolves most of them fairly effectively and quickly through cooperation with the borrower. And of course, at the top of the pyramid is the accountability mechanism, which again comprises a dispute resolution and inspection panel. More recently, there's been a series of initiatives within the World Bank to further our efforts at enhancing the environmental rule of law. As part of the bank's evolution roadmap, which was developed by senior management and our board of directors over 2022 to 2024, we identified 6 global challenges that are of the highest priority focus in our mission to eradicate poverty on a livable planet, and 5 verticals, those cross-cutting issues that underpin and affect everything that we do. And among these priorities of the World Bank evolution are air, water, soil health, biodiversity, forests and nature, climate change, adaptation and mitigation, and sustainable food systems, as well as a range of social protections aimed at ensuring that economic development is inclusive, shared, and effective. So the effect of repositioning environmental, social, and climate change among these global challenges is to push them from factors that we consider in our work to a position of strategic objectives in our mission and our strategy, in developing more projects aimed specifically at advancing them. And in furtherance of these refined objectives, we've formally committed to aligning all of our finances with the goals of the Paris Agreement, meaning that new financing flows and guarantees provided by the World Bank are consistent with the objectives of the Paris Agreement and each country's pathway towards low greenhouse gas emissions and climate resilient development. Separately, over the last year, we've been in discussions with the G77 to operationalize the Fund for Loss and Damage envisioned and discussed for many years and finally approved at COP28. And in addition, a year ago, at last year's annual meeting, we set an ambitious goal to devote 45% of our annual financing to climate by 2025. And I'm pleased to say that we're well on track to achieve that. I'm also pleased to announce that the legal department is participating in a bank-wide effort to help clients assess climate finance through more effective carbon markets. We believe that carbon markets are a vital mechanism for financing decarbonization efforts and significantly enhancing financial flows to developing countries. Finally, we've established a new unit within the legal department to provide services and advice directly to member countries on law reforms and capacity building, and to deepen the bank's participation in broader international legal standards and laws. Among other projects, the new unit has taken an active role in the preparation of the Model Forest Act, an initiative of the Global Judicial Institute on the Environment, the Asian Development Bank, UNEP, IUCN WCEL, and others, to provide a legal blueprint for legislators, policymakers, and other stakeholders in designing a modern legal framework for the protection, conservation, restoration, and ecologically sustainable management and use of forests, which are, as you know, are critical parts of our biodiversity and carbon sinks, sinking about 7.6 billion metric tons of CO2 a year. Our lawyers are part of the working group that's drafting the model law, which is scheduled to be published for public consultation in the fourth quarter of this year. So I'm pleased with our revised mission and renewed focus and commitment to progress to date, but by no means are any of us complacent. With 2030 looming, and if I may be blunt, noting the significant shortcomings in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, juxtaposed against the urgent need for greater and faster advances in development, we need to redouble our efforts to deliver on our mission and to deliver at scale, at speed, and with impact. And we need to do this without compromising our commitment to the rigorous adherence to our environmental and social standards and the broader principles of environmental rule of law. To do so requires partnerships and collaboration, not just among MDBs or IFIs or between lenders and borrowers, but including among our partners in civil society, academia, international organizations, wherever there is talent, knowledge, and commitment to the shared goal of environmental rule of law, starting with all of you. We need to work together better, more broadly, more consistently, because we need your knowledge, your expertise, your passionate commitment, your innovations and ideas, and in some cases, your resources. And there's no better place to start that more deep commitment in the spirit of shared commitment and partnership today, here in this colloquium. So thank you, and best wishes for the fruitful and productive discussions ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Doctor. I couldn't help but note that the priorities you outlined match very well with the work of the specialist groups and task forces of the IUCN World Commission on Environmental Law, whose leadership is present here today and will be intervening as well as part of the program. You also indicated inter alia that passion and commitment are needed and very much present, so it provided me with an amazing segue into introducing our next speaker, Professor Claudia de Wint, who's the CEO of the Inter-American Institute on Justice and Sustainability, a member also of the IUCN World Commission of Environmental Law Steering Committee, and is also affiliated with the American University Washington College of Law. Claudia, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Ayman. Good morning, everyone. Welcome. I want to thank all of you for being here. Professor Christina Boyd, Ayman Sharkawi, Deputy Chair and Deputy Chair of the IUCN World Commission on Environmental Law, the UNEP and World Bank legal divisions for their leadership, partnership, and friendship. I also want to thank the law schools that are hosting, very especially my alma mater, as Ayman mentioned, American University Washington College of Law, for their role in bringing up the leadership of tomorrow on the issues that we're going to be discussing today. It's an honor to be here representing IIJS. For those that don't know us, we are a private venture with a public interest mission, social and environmental. working at the interface of corporate and public sustainability policy, including human rights in Latin America and with global connections. That mission is centered on the environmental rule of law and governance, the legal framework of procedural and substantive rights and obligations that incorporates the principles of ecologically sustainable development in the rule of law is what brings us together today. In working on the second environmental rule of law report with UNEP, we confirmed a significant fact. That is, that laws and institutions are not enough and alone can't face the existential challenges that our planet is experiencing today. The environmental rule of law includes many elements: clear rules, access rights, auditing, reporting, accountability, as Dr. Stevens mentioned, respect for human rights, conflict resolution, use of the best available science, something that IUCN is very good at, enforcement, remedy, finance, just to mention a few. Effective and well-enforced laws, together with empowered institutions, provide the critical enabling environment needed to meet the environmental dimension of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and other internationally agreed goals, those MEAs that we all work so hard on. The discussions today will shed light on the environmental rule of law in the context of the triple planetary crisis: nature, climate, pollution. The very foundations of life desperately need the environmental rule of law and need our work, our collective and individual work. My message today, therefore, short, but is one of reflection and careful thought on the different elements of the environmental rule of law and what they mean to each one of you, your institutions, your work. Giving it meaning and making it real by bringing it into practice is what is needed to step up to the challenge of making the right to a healthy environment and that environmental dimension of the Sustainable Development Goals a reality. I celebrate this colloquium. I am delighted to see so many friends in this room, the leadership of IUCN WCEL, Victor Misotti, Fabiano de Andrade, Andrés Valenciano, director of ECLAC in Washington, Andrea Repeto, director of MISI, so many of you. We are really looking forward to joining forces in making the environmental rule of law and those elements real. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The last and certainly not least intervention as part of this welcoming remark session will be from Professor Lydia Slobodian, who's the director of the Environmental Law and Policy Program at Georgetown University Law Center. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for inviting me to be part of this amazing program. I'm so excited and honored to be here. I was very privileged to be involved in the drafting of the 2023 UNEP Environmental Rule of Law report. I want to thank the entire team that was involved in that report. I think it was a really important effort to try to elaborate on the status and trends in environmental rule of law and share the importance of environmental rule of law with the broader legal community. Huge thanks to Claudia, the other chapter authors, Andri, Rosalisa, Tumai, people at the Vance Center, White and Case, and then particularly to Carl Bruch, who's in the back there. You'll be hearing from him later today, and Su-Young Huang, and the entire team in Nairobi at UNEP, who really, really supported this work and worked tirelessly for years to bring this report to reality. In the development of this report, we had a lot of discussions with a lot of different thinkers and stakeholders and legal experts about environmental rule of law. And one of the questions that we kept having to think about was, why do we need this new term? Why do we need this framework of environmental rule of law? Because the idea that we need to implement environmental laws is not new. And a lot of the concepts in environmental rule of law will be familiar from discussions of governance, of compliance and enforcement, of legal effectiveness, and of equity. So what is this new concept, environmental rule of law, bringing to the table? I say new, it's over 10 years old at this point. But why put in this effort of developing and elaborating this new framework? And I think the speakers before me have made very good points about how environmental rule of law is essential for realizing environmental protection, averting the triple planetary crisis, and ensuring a livable world for humans for generations to come. I think there's another aspect that's particularly interesting and important, which is that environmental rule of law doesn't just bring the rule of law concept into the environmental space. It also brings environmental law into the rule of law discussions. If you care about rule of law, you need to care about environmental rule of law. Because looking the other way at environmental, in the face of environmental offenses or violations, granting impunity in environmental cases, this doesn't just undermine environmental protection and the associated human welfare and human rights. It also undermines the legitimacy and integrity of the legal system as a whole. Environmental issues also create special challenges for rule of law. So it's not enough just to say, okay, we need good environmental law, and then we need rule of law. We need to implement the good environmental law that we have. Bringing these concepts together in environmental rule of law highlights the particular challenges that the environmental issues face when we're trying to ensure rule of law. I'm just going to give a few examples, but there are many, and I think we're going to discuss them throughout today. One is that environmental issues are inherently multidisciplinary and multisectoral. They cross jurisdictions, they cross institutions, they cross fields of law. Often we'll have cases of multiple overlapping laws and legal systems and institutions that are all responsible, all addressing similar environmental issues, but there may be conflicts, or the environmental issue may be kind of part of the mandate of several institutions, but not the priority of any of them, so it can be lost. Environmental law also crosses different fields of law. We're not just talking about environmental protection acts. We're talking about environmental subsidies and incentives that have environmental effect in the tax code. We're talking about criminal offenses that can be used in environmental cases, even if they don't have the word environment in the offense or any related word. We're talking about corporate laws and how they can shield corporate defendants, how they can affect access to information in environmental cases. And when we are talking about elements of the natural environment, we're talking about so many different sectors that affect each other, from agriculture to forestry to freshwater to coasts to ocean to land use planning. I could keep just listing the different sectors that environmental law touches on all day. One of the implications of this is that environmental law can require specialized capacity, both technical and scientific capacity and specialized legal capacity to be able to understand, prosecute, and adjudicate environmental cases. So we've seen the rise of special efforts to build capacity of environmental courts, environmental prosecutors, or create specialized agencies or branches of the judicial and various legal agencies to tackle environmental problems because of this need for specialized knowledge and specialized expertise. environmental law brings in a different time horizon than some other areas of law. Some of the effects that we're talking about are very immediate. We're experiencing the impacts of environmental degradation today all around the world, but we also have to think about long-term effects, sometimes very long-term effects in a way that can be difficult for the legal system to manage. Along with that, we have issues of causation and cumulative impacts and showing harm. And finally, some of the interests that we need to protect and reflect in environmental rule of law don't have a voice in today's discussions unless we create one for them, particularly the interests of future generations and the inherent value of nature. So finding ways to bring these different interests into the conversation, as well as the living current human interests that are underrepresented or don't have the capacity or the time or the ability or the opportunity to participate in environmental decision making. This is important not just for ensuring the survival of all of us, and ensuring the survival of the planet, but of ensuring the survival of our legal system and the continued legitimacy of our legal system.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We are clearly off to a great start. And to further frame today's event, the time has come for our next session, the keynote and comment that will be chaired by Professor Dr. Christina Voigt. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ayman. And while I would like to ask the panelists and our keynote speaker to join me here, I can already start talking a little bit about what this session of our program is all about. The United Nations Environment Program has for a long time been strongly committed to supporting countries in developing and implementing robust environmental laws that are essential for realizing environmental goals for a healthy planet and people. And that happens through many different ways, be it through partnerships with many different multilateral environmental agreements, be it through its Montevideo Environmental Law Program, which is a 10-year intergovernmental program on promoting and implementing the environmental rule of law, which will run, unless you correct me, Patricia, until 2029, right? And be it through its many publications, and we already have heard about the second global report on the environmental rule of law, tracking progress and charting future directions, and actually where we borrowed our title from last year. We are therefore honored to have with us Dr. Patricia Kameri-Mbote. She is the director of the Law Division of the United Nations Environment Program in Nairobi, and she's here to tell us about the institution's work on the environmental rule of law. Prior to becoming the director of the Law Division, Dr. Kameri-Mbote has been professor of law and dean of the law school at Nairobi University School of Law. She holds a doctoral and master degree from Stanford University, a master's degree from Warwick University, and an honorary law degree from the University of Oslo, my alma mater. She is also a very cherished member of the steering committee of the World Commission on Environmental Law. We will hear first from Dr. Kameri-Mbote, and then we will have three discussants, or reflections from discussants, which I will introduce in due course. But first, Dr. Kameri-Mbote, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Christina, for your good introduction. and I'm really happy to be here, speaking after the opening panel, which has really laid out the lay of the land of environmental rule of law. I'm thankful for the organizers bringing this issue of environmental rule of law to this space. And I'd like to begin by asking, and this is a question that I was asked by one of the panelists, why is this a different decade? Why should we worry about what is happening now? And I think one of the important things is just looking at what has been happening in the world in terms of the impacts of environmental change and the impacts that this has on livelihoods, on lives and societies. This is the decade that will see us report on the end of the Sustainable Development Goals. And my question is, will the Sustainable Development Goals deliver better? Or will we have the same story that we had after the Millennium Development Goals? On a positive note, we see, and I think this has been discussed in the opening panel, availability of scientific information and the multidimensional nature of environmental law, which brings together different disciplines, has benefited a lot from scientific information. So we're able to respond to the warning bells that have been sounded by the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, and we will soon be having the third policy panel on chemicals and waste. So in essence, we are seeing a lot more scientific information coming in. And the question then is, will these deliver the change that we want for people and the planet? Colleagues and friends, I don't need to go through the grim and daunting evidence that has been put out. When the UN Secretary General was giving a special address on climate action, he actually said that this year we had the hottest May in history. Not the hottest May in this year, or it was in history. And we've also seen UNEP's emission gap report having similar dire messages, warning that the temperatures are going to new heights, and that we are not meeting the commitments that we have made. It is the same for biodiversity and nature. We continue to lose our forest, and that's why the MOFE initiative that Dr. Chris Stephens talked about is really something, because you will remember right from 1992 in Rio, the attempts to come up with a framework to guide forest was unsuccessful, and this is the time now to look at what can we do. Pollution, again, is on the rise and causes a lot of deaths. And then we have the antimicrobial resistance, which caused 1.3 million deaths in 2019. And it is estimated that this could actually push 24 million people into extreme poverty. We also have, on top of this, you see, we talk about the triple planetary crisis, and we talk about nature loss, biodiversity, and pollution, but it is conflated by other crises and multiple armed conflicts, which have knock-on effects on what is happening. So what have we done so far? We have a constellation of multilateral environmental agreements, and every year we have conferences of parties. I'm sure many people now are planning to either attend the COP in Cali, the one in Baku, or the one in Saudi Arabia. We also have the Basel, Rotterdam, and Stockholm Convention working hard to bring pollution under control. And we have another dynamic duo, which I think is not talked about much, but it has delivered and over-delivered. And this is the Vienna Convention and the Montreal Protocol, on ozone, which now has also the Kigali Amendment. Countries are committed to progressive development of environmental law. And many times people think we can't have any more laws, but it is important to see the diligence with which countries came when they were discussing the BBNJ agreement, which is now moving towards ratification. And then the ongoing plastics treaty and the 5th meeting of the INC, which will be happening later this year in South Korea. Synergies between multilateral environmental agreements are also becoming a critical issue. We have the Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework that doesn't just look at biodiversity, but has actually targets on the other crises. And we also have concluded in 2023 in September, the Global Chemicals Framework, which again helps us to look at over the fence to see how do chemicals impact on the other crises. But despite all this, is this the time then for us to sit on our laurels? I would say no. We need to ramp up our efforts to address the existential challenges. And in doing that, we need to look for all alleys of hope and pathways to bring about change. And one might ask, what can lawyers do? We're just lawyers. I think we have at our disposal a tool that is, we don't talk about much, law. Law is a very powerful tool. I think we've gotten too used to talking about the rule of law, but if you look at the history of the world, the rule of law has dramatically changed the way in which societies have moved. For instance, the law is what sealed the acceptance of equality, non-discrimination, and sovereignty of nations' principles. It also led to women's rights and allowed women to vote and to participate in public affairs. It also is responsible, speaking in America again, for the freedom of slaves and also independence of colonial states. Having lived in Africa in the days of apartheid, when my passport had a stamp valid for all countries of the world except South Africa, for me, the power of law was personally demonstrated when in 1994 that stopped. And now I could actually go into South Africa, and that is the power of law. Again, also at a personal level, I have experienced and seen how law has unmuted women's voices in different spaces, amplifying their voice, their participation, and their agency at national, local, and international levels. So the rule of law is powerful. It offers a framework for organizing our societies, and being the rule of law and not the rule of men, it facilitates change that requires a firm hand and recourse to a higher order. The rule of law has delivered in the past in addressing seemingly insurmountable problems. We can use it to deal with the environmental challenges of our time. We need to harness the transformative power of law to deal with the problems that we experience in this decade. And that is the genesis then of the environmental rule of law concept. Environmental rule of law emerged as a term in an intergovernmental process about 11 years ago. It was first used in UNEP Governing Council Resolution Decision 27/9 in 2013, later in United Nations Environment Assembly Resolution 4/20 in 2019, and in the political declaration of the special session of UNEA in 2022, commemorating UNEP's 50th birthday. And it is critical that at UNEP's 50th birthday, we were talking about the environmental rule of law. The IUCN World Congress on Environmental Law in Rio de Janeiro in 2016 concluded the IUCN World Declaration on Environmental Rule of Law. Strengthening the concept of this environmental rule of law is UNEP's law division's mandate. And this is drawn from UNEP's position as the leading global authority on the environment, and with the law division as the foundational facet of UNEP, along with science, since its establishment in 1972. The acceptance of this term continues to grow, and it is interesting to note that not too long ago, the UN Secretary General, in a report titled Strengthening and Coordinating United Nations Rule of Law Activities, actually referred to the environmental rule of law. And this, we can't take this lightly because it has taken chipping and knocking on the door. So what is environmental rule of law? I think this has been explained a lot. I think what Lydia was talking about and the basic principles. Basically, it is the principles of the rule of law applied in the environmental context, specific laws, clear implementable laws, recognition of mutual relationship with constitutional human and other rights. So that, I think, is now clear. I think we have a clear mosaic of what we're talking about when we talk about environmental rule of law. And our role, and I liked what Chris Stevens said about working with states, because that may be well the last mile, that we may have talked about the principle, but we need to get it embedded in national legal system. I think Lydia very clearly said that environmental rule of law doesn't just affect the environment. It affects many other areas. It affects trade. It affects legitimacy of government. And that is why we really need to blow the trumpet for the environmental rule of law. And this is because environment is ubiquitous. When you're talking about addressing people's rights, you're talking about the right to water, you're talking about right to a healthy environment, and the environment is right there. When people are talking about trade, many of the countries are trading with environmental goods and services. So what are the trends and opportunities for growing this concept? I think there are a few trends. One is the recognition and integration of environmental rights in our common parlance. Remember that many countries had environmental rights in their national space, but I think the UN General Assembly's resolution really brought this up. And if you remember, I think it was in 2010 when the UN General Assembly passed the resolution on the right to water and how that really funded rights. And we are looking to this doing the same. So the other area is that we have more environmental courts and tribunals. And at least 39 countries have judicial training institutes that include environmental law in their curriculum. And UNEP and partners here have really invested in judicial capacity building, including with the Global Judicial Institute on the Environment. Again, judicial action on climate change has grown. UNEP publishes a report on climate litigation, and if you look at the reports from 2017 to now, you will see it's exponentially going up. But the question is this include bringing up all boats? Because you will see that most of these cases are from the global north. So is it that there are no cases in the global south? Again, women, children, and indigenous peoples, as well as local communities, are being recognized as champions for the environmental rule of law. And I think the Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, Article 22, put this out front and center. And seeing the women fight for this, the women in biodiversity, because it was not there until the last open-ended working group, and it got in there. Fourth, we have a technological revolution for the environmental rule of law. I think when we used to talk about law being averse to technology, we've moved from there because Earth observation, the use of drones and machine learning are enabling more accurate and consistent information, and especially in the area of environmental crime detection of violations. Again, when you want people to participate, virtual civic engagement has ramped up participation, so you don't have to get a visa, which can actually be a bar to participation at many spaces. Again, tools like UNEP's Informare, the UN information portal on multilateral environmental agreements, and the World Environment Situation Room, as well as what we are currently developing, an environment policy tracker, point to the potential of digital technologies to catalyze progress toward achieving environmental rule of law. Again, even though we have three crises, everybody almost always talks about climate, and we must fan the attention on the others. And we see this, the UNEP's Adaptation Gap Report 2023 warns that the world remains underfinanced, underprepared, and with inadequate investment and planning for climate adaptation. And even though we have countries putting in place national, the NDCs, they're making them stick through legal mechanisms is a much slower process. So moving forward, how do we secure environmental rule of law for present and future generations? In this decade, UNEP released 2 reports, and the most recent one is what Professor Slobodan was talking about. And I want to thank everyone in this room who helped us just get into the maze of what environmental rule of law is, and shout out to Lydia and also to Carl, who led the team, and as well as Claudia. And from the report, at least 5 things are desirable that we need to work on together to safeguard the environment. 1, we need to standardize and track environmental rule of law indicators. So we need to develop and regularly update a standardized set of environmental rule of law indicators so we know which countries require more help in bringing this principle into their national law. The other thing that we need to think about, and again, this is an area I know that Carl has been working on a lot, is environmental rule of law in emergencies and disasters. Countries should adopt environmental rule of law emergency plans at the national levels, because in emergency and disasters, the conventional rule of law is already threatened. So environmental rule of law is going to be threatened as well. We also need to integrate social justice in environmental institutions. I think it's not enough to say that environmental rule of law, we need to slice and dice it so that we look at the hiring practices in environmental institutions. We also need to look at equitable working conditions, training and capacity building, devolvement of environmental authority to local governments and communities has led to a lot more legitimation of actions, but that needs to be ramped up. We need to empower women, indigenous peoples, and ethnic minorities who lead these processes. We also need to empower children and youth, and also not forget that the earth and the planet is not just for humans. They are non-human agents. We also need to sharpen the science policy interface to reduce the time lag in translating scientific findings into policy, and also to establish a technology policy interface. And this, if we don't have quick turnaround, then we could actually have law always being behind science and therefore not addressing the problems that we had. We need to invest in research on frontier issues in environmental law. And here, I think the work on beyond national jurisdiction has started with regard to seas, but it needs to move to space. It needs to move to the poles. We need, again, to talk about environmental rule of law where there is civil disobedience. How do you deal with those issues? We also must look beyond formal law in environmental governance. Formal law may claim autonomy and also claim supremacy, but it is not the only law that governs the environment. We need to bring in other norms and legal realities that are really on the ground with people, especially in plural legal context, which is really the context in many countries. So environmental rule of law must also be informed by futures thinking. You know, having learned law, and law was always like a reactive. We need to look at a more proactive law. What is the future telling us? And UNEP's work on foresight is useful in helping us to identify what to invest in as we work on environmental rule of law, because given the time that it takes to get the report, we may finish and then we are done. In conclusion, colleagues, friends, and distinguished guests, there is hope for bringing the environmental rule of law to protect present and future generations. And we see this in the climate space. We also see the special attention that is being given to less developed countries and the small island developing states. Bringing in law to help them to actually make the plans that they have legally binding and also being able to follow through is something that we can do. In all this, we must remember that the environmental rule of law extends beyond traditional environmental law, and that has been talked about. So we need to incorporate environmental considerations, and I think Chris Stevens talked a lot about that, like infrastructure contracts, like trade. How do we bring environment into those spaces? As new challenges and opportunities arise, often intersecting, UNEP will continue to support efforts of states, institutions, civil societies, and all to work on environmental rule of law. Like I said, that is our bread and butter, and established in 1972 when we were formed. Remember again that environmental rule of law is a shot in the arm. And of course, now we can talk about a shot in the arm. When there was COVID, we were all getting these jabs. So we get the shot in the arm to empower us to fortify the application, strengthen enforcement, and ensure better environmental actions. So I'd like to leave us with 4 things that we can all do. 1, we can leverage our platforms to raise awareness about the environmental rule of law, reports, findings, and recommendations. Second, we can support strategic litigation to uphold core elements of the environmental rule of law using good practices in the report. And I know many colleagues, Christina, Claudia, we just saw you in Barbados, pushing the boundaries in climate change litigation. And this has to be in national, regional, and international courts. We can also partner to support countries in strengthening their laws and institutions. So because the World Bank now has this unit, we have had the Montevideo program for the implementation and progressive development of environmental law. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. We can actually work together so that we hit more states. And then we have a big platform, and that big platform we can use to promote the environmental rule of law. We can also keep hope alive by constantly reminding ourselves of the gallant fights for the environment in national, regional, and international courts, and also the work of environmental human rights defenders. The reason people go to court is because they have faith in the environmental rule of law. with all the laws now, people are going to court to get government to act. So we must not lose that. And with this, I hope that our discussions today on the environmental rule of law will contribute towards a more sustainable environment for people and the planet. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Patricia, for your wonderful keynote, but many thanks also to the United Nations Environment Programme for the work that you're doing on the development and dissemination and implementation of the environmental rule of law. And thank you also for so clearly and pedagogically and with high intellectual rigor laying out to us the backdrop, the reason for why we need the environmental rule of law, its content, but also thank you for ending on a positive note and the belief in the justice system worldwide. Now we have 3 discussants here with us today who do not have an easy task. They've been given 5 minutes each to share with us their reflections on Patricia's keynote without having had the chance to read it before. They heard it as we did while Patricia was giving her keynote. So we have with us here Sophie Sandström-Jaffe. To my left, she is the permanent observer of the IUCN to the United Nations. Then we have with us as well Jordan Diamond, the president of the Environmental Law Institute. And we have with us Dr. Sheila Abed. She is the former Minister of Justice of Paraguay and a chair emeritus or chair emerita of the IUCN World Commission on Environmental Law. And I would suggest we start with Sophie and then to go to Jordan and then to Sheila. Sophie, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Christina. And first of all, let me thank you, Dr. Kameri-Mbote, for your excellent keynote. And it is certainly a challenge to try and follow up on that. I am the observer of IUCN to the UN in New York. And as part of my job, I sit in a lot of meetings where I listen to written statements that are being delivered one after another with no connections between them, no interaction, and no actual dialogue. So for this particular meeting, I made myself a challenge to not pre-write a statement, but really try and react to what the keynote outlined. It is indeed a challenge. So let me start by trying to answer one of the questions that Dr. Kameri-Mbote posed for us today, and that is, will the SDGs deliver better? And I think that this is a really good thing to look at currently at the UN, and we have 6 years left of the 2030 agenda. We also know that we will start the negotiations on the post-2030 framework sometime around 2027. And really what you can note when you look at the work of the UN General Assembly, the Economic and Social Council, and the various commissions under the Economic and Social Council is an effort to start identifying the key issues that were not adequately captured in the 2030 agenda or not captured at all, and that need to form part of the post-2030 framework. A key part of this work of identifying these issues is the negotiation of the Pact for the Future that is currently being negotiated by member states in New York. It will be adopted, if agreed upon, it will be adopted at the Summit of the Future, which will take place during High Level Week on the 22nd and the 23rd of September this year. And negotiating the pact has really been a challenge for member states because the UN Secretary General did not make the job easy for delegations by drafting a very, very ambitious and wide-spanning report, Our Common Agenda, which was published in 2020. And in Our Common Agenda, the Secretary General really looked very broadly at the key global challenges of our time and really outlined where he saw gaps in existing international agreements, both hard law in conventions and other binding agreements, but also in the soft law that the UN General Assembly resolutions and the resolutions of other bodies of the UN make up. Our common agenda touched upon issues from the global digital space to the question of the legal dimensions of the use of outer space. And in identifying what topics can be agreed upon by member states, it really has been difficult. And currently we have a Pact for the Future that does include several key concepts that came up also in the report issued by UNEP on environmental rule of law as key trends where we need to continue learning, sharing programming, and sharing knowledge. One of those key topics is the issue of environmental challenges beyond national jurisdictions. And here, of course, we've seen progress in recent years on the BBNJ treaty, but really as one of the key challenges for the next few years, the issue of outer space will continue to come up at the UN. It sort of got sidelined in the negotiations for the Pact for the Future just because the member states weren't ready to engage on that. And in, of course, that issue, you have multiple interests, including hard security interests by the large permanent members of the Security Council, which makes it almost impossible to reach international agreement on that. But we know we need to, in the next few years, come to some kind of agreement, at least on the principles of the use of outer space. Another key topic that's being discussed as part of the negotiations of the Pact for the Future is the issue of the link between environmental degradation, climate change, and conflict. And that is also a key issue that came up by the EROL report. We know that SDG 16 on peace, justice, and strong institutions is one of the Sustainable Development Goals that is currently least on track or most off track. We also know, as noted in the report, that, for instance, 88% of the conservation projects funded by the Global Environmental Fund take place in fragile settings. So the link there is clear. It's not possible to protect the environment without having solid institutions and the rule of law. And we also know that environmental degradation serves as a key driver of conflict and of organized crime worldwide. There is increasing push to have the Security Council, which is the body of the UN that has a mandate to maintain international peace and security. One might ask, of course, in this day with escalating geopolitical tension, how effective the Security Council is in doing that. But that remains the core mandate of the Council. There's an increasing push to have environmental degradation and climate change featured as thematic issues on the agenda of the Security Council. And we currently do still have language in the Pact for the Future that would push this work forward. But again, this faces strong opposition from some of those permanent members of the Council who consider that beyond the mandate of the Council. And lastly, I also wanted to touch a little bit upon the issue on environmental rights that was mentioned in the keynote. I'm kind of an idealist, so I have this vision of the UN from when I was like 8 years old, that the UN should be this fantastic body that kind of, sets the agenda and where countries come together and agree on things that will shape a better future. And that happens, rarely, but when it happens, it is actually magical. And one of the key successes in recent years, now in the work of the UN General Assembly, is the resolution that was agreed in 2022, if I'm not mistaken, on recognizing the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. And I do see this kind of work going forward in the UN. There's a lot of talk now about negotiating human rights with regards to freedom from plastic pollution, protecting humans from microplastics. But there's also more and more discussion at the UN on the need to expand the human rights framework to also look at nature rights. to look at ocean rights. You know, what would it look like if we would come together as the General Assembly and assign rights to oceans, for instance, that are independent from the human rights related to the environment. So that was the last topic I did want to raise is where I also see huge progress being made right now at the UN, and a real challenge for the legal community as a whole is this issue on sea level rise. And it's one of the topics where a previous panelist this morning mentioned that you have so many like multiple and intersecting interests and dimensions and jurisdictions. And sea level rise is really one of these topics that bring together very kind of hard legal issues that speak to the territorial integrity of states. What happens to statehood if a geographic territory ceases to exist? And what is the implications for the citizens of that state that ceases to exist? But also on issues such as the kind of climate adaptation obligation there, on loss and damage, on the environmental dimensions of sea level rise. And the president of the 78th General Assembly, Mr. Dennis Francis, he put this firmly on the agenda of the GA and had an open plenary last October to gather ideas on this. And now there's a high-level meeting taking place on the 25th of September to discuss this further. And that high-level meeting will then spark the negotiations of a political declaration, so again, a non-binding, so-called soft law document on this topic that would be adopted next year in September. So certainly, from my view, that is one topic that I'll be following very closely at the UN this coming year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sophie, and very impressive reflections in the course of the keynote. Thank you so much. And we move on to Jordan before we go to Sheila. We encourage you to stay within 5 minutes so that we also have the opportunity to maybe gather some questions from the room and from our over 70 online participants that have joined us here today. Jordan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Christina. And if I can read my own handwriting, I will try to stay within 5 minutes. But first, thank you to IUCN WCEL. Thank you to the World Bank and all the organizers today. It is a pleasure and an honor to be here. As noted, I'm the president of the Environmental Law Institute, and I will just express our gratitude to be part of the team. I thank you, Dr. Kameri-Mbote. Thank you to Lydia and the entire team that's been involved in the Environmental Rule of Law reports. Being a part of the development of these two reports has been a huge priority for us as an organization. We're very invested in the steps taken on implementation and operationalization going forward. So getting to today, I think both Lydia and Dr. Kameri-Mbote really emphasize something where there's been growing awareness of, and the fundamental question of the interconnectedness of what we're trying to do. And I think for a long time, anyone who's been working in the environmental realm, we're used to be treated as separate. And what you're doing in environmental governance and environmental role, that's over here and we're over here. And there's a recognition that we can't be boxed off as separate anymore. There's an awareness of the interconnectedness of environmental issues as related to everything from, as has been mentioned, trade and economics, public health, to the built environment, to the production of oxygen. I hear it's important to breathe. And this means that you really do have to address things across sectors. And you also have to address things across jurisdictions. And there are some places, even speaking within the environmental or traditional environmental realm, where we've long recognized that. You know, for example, very rudely, fish seem to not recognize maritime delimitation. It has been very frustrating. But we're recognizing that that's not just true in kind of the obvious areas, but also the less obvious areas, and that you have to work at the local, the subnational, the national, and the international levels in order to really make meaningful progress. And when you don't, you have concentric, not overlapping circles, and that doesn't actually encourage progress. So have we figured out how to do that efficiently and effectively? Not always, but sometimes, and we're working hard to figure out how to do that more and more often. A second area of emphasis, and I really appreciate the remarks about the role of kind of women and Indigenous peoples, and I will say it is always a pleasure to be part of an all-women panel. But this fundamental question of participatory governance. The issue of interconnectedness and participation, they're inextricably linked. And whether you're looking at, I think it's the second of UNEP's kind of 7 core elements of the environmental rule of law, really emphasizes the necessity of providing information and of engaging people, of actually public participation in environmental decision making. Over the past decade, I think there's been a growing understanding, or it's become more mainstream, the understanding that effective governance requires meaningful participation of the people affected by those decisions. And that is more than the opportunity to speak for a few minutes in response to a nearly final decision, right? That engagement has to come early, it has to come often. People have to have information ahead of time to be able to digest and reflect on. And whatever the opportunities to engage are, they have to be at a point where there really is an opportunity for impact. When you're looking at the interconnected solutions that we need to address the challenges today, whether you're talking about tackling climate change, addressing pollution, combating the loss of biodiversity, or any of the other kind of sub-challenges that we're facing, when you're looking at doing that, you can't just be looking at one impact in isolation. I would say quite the opposite. You need to have a vision of what you are trying to achieve, not just what you're trying to stop. And that vision has to be built on the needs and priorities of the people most affected. And in order to do that, you really do have to build processes that engage them in the conversation and in the decision making. The third thing we do hear about a lot, and we have heard about today, is technology. And I live in the Bay Area in California, so I am usually told that technology is the solution to everything. Doesn't matter what the issue is. But it has affected so many parts of environmental governance and the environmental rule of law. Whether you're talking observation and remote sensing and information gathering and tools for citizen science, whether you're talking analytics and big data and machine learning and other things that I don't understand, I still write on with pen and paper. We look at the direct effects of technological developments on the environment and on our energy usage. For example, the energy usage of data centers and cryptocurrency mining, which we hear so much about. And then the indirect effects as you're changing people's behavior by the advent of technology. There's research on what exactly it does in the energy usage of iPhones on a daily usage and what your hourly usage is and how that changes your behavior on day-to-day life, right? Where you are buying your products. What are the return policies of online shopping? Turns out it vastly increases the life cycle impacts of any product you're buying. What is the distance traveled by an average vehicle in light of ride sharing and other impacts? So technology, it creates a lot of opportunities. It also raises many questions about how we are trying to shape our daily patterns and what we're trying to achieve. So this question of how you create an interface between technology and environment, a two-way discussion between how technology is affecting the environment for good and for bad, and how you can reduce the bad and increase the good, I think is incredibly important. And finally, I'll just emphasize, whether you're talking about participatory governments, public participation, the role of different affected peoples in the environmental rule of law, we broadly put under the umbrella of environmental justice. And something, there's a growing fluency of people being able to talk about the disproportionate burden of environmental burdens, of environmental harm on people. That is not something that is equally distributed, and the critical importance of addressing that. There is also a growing awareness of the need to more equally distribute the benefits. And that has long been a kind of underemphasized part of environmental justice. And it has been, I've welcomed seeing kind of within the United States the emphasis on what we call the Justice 40 initiative, which specifically implements mandates to more equally distribute the benefits of, in this case, a lot of the infrastructure development that is occurring related to a clean energy transition. But so that conversation about alleviating the disproportionate burdens and sharing more equally the environmental benefits, it has to be a conversation that undercuts everything that we've tried to do within the environmental rule of law. And finally, just one last thing I will say, Dr. Kameri-Mbote emphasized this several times in her remarks. The question of environmental rule of law is not just law. And I think oftentimes the conversation becomes, well, what law have you passed? And that's important. But it is also about what institution do you have operationalizing it and who is engaged in that conversation and the much bigger ecosystem of governance. The law is the centerpiece of, but it is not the only component. Law in isolation can't affect the scale of change we need at the speed that we need it. But thank you again. I have no idea if that was in 5 minutes. I think it was 5 minutes. But thank you, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here today.
Thank you. Jordan, it was 5 minutes. Thank you so much for sharing your reflection, but also thanks to ELI for the work that you've been doing with your team on the report that we've been discussing here this morning. Now the floor goes to you, Dr. Sheila Abed.
Okay, thank you. I'll try to be brief. Thank you very much for the invitation, Patricia, Cristina, and the rest of the panelists. And I'm very happy to be right after Jordan because she spoke about something that's very interesting for me. After being an environmental lawyer for so many years, I have the opportunity to serve in my country as the Minister of Justice. And I chose to be because they offered me to be like the Minister of the Environment. But I thought, no, it's not the way to go. The way to go, environment is ubiquitous. I love that word. I will. And environment has always been seen and treated in silos, like boxed in. So I thought, I'll make a better work through the Minister of Justice. And when I got there, I thought I need to find a cornerstone to build that thing about good governance. And I found the Principle 10 of the Rio Declaration, to ensure every person access to information, to participation, and to justice. And we are always talking about empowering people, empowering women, but we need a tool. And so I decided to, make a lot of effort and convince congressmen and stuff about making a very clear, concise, easy instrument, a tool for access to information. And you can't imagine how much that worked for environmental rule of law, because people were able to ask and to be part in processes of infrastructure, because as you said, we tend to think only about protected areas or in which we can, have an input. But this was so important because, and we always talk about this with Claudia, public procurement, infrastructure, all of those things are, incredibly important for environment. And so what I can say and build after what you have spoke before me is that to ensure and to push the environmental rule of law, we need to find these pluripotential tools, as I said, that can work to make action really in motion. And for example, I think Principle 10 is one of the things in which we can work around, rely, lean to find a way to, ensure participation, to ensure access to justice, but really defining the tool, really finding what can be the best vehicle towards trying to really put all this constellation of environmental law treaties into national jurisdiction, how to make regulators work on businesses, and I think that is the work we can and have to do, and I found in Principle 10 one of these ways: access to information and access to participation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sheila, for the other end of 5 minutes. Thank you for your reflections from your personal experience and your engagement with the environmental rule of law. We have a couple of minutes left. We've shortened the coffee break a little bit to give a bit more space to discussions, because we wanted to give the possibility to you and the online participants. Maybe we can collect one question from the floor, one question online. I'm just looking to, yeah, whatever that meant. Is there any question? Anyone who would like to ask the audience? There is a microphone in the back. If you could identify yourself, please, and ask the question. And I would like to ask then also Fabiano if there's a question online. No questions so far. Okay.
Good morning. Congratulations to every one of you. Thank you to the sponsors for putting together this wonderful panel. My question is, after the experience of COP26, COP27, and COP28, we noticed that the transition to clean energy and the reform to the existing financial institution will remain some of the top topics in the agenda. I am a member of an indigenous community. Lately, we have been talking about the focus on people and inclusivity. If you can give us one financial reform or one way of bringing that conversation of the transition to clean energy to the table of members of indigenous people, what will be your message? Thank you very much, and congratulations.
Could you identify yourself, please?
Yeah, my name is Julio Cesar Guiti Guevara, and I'm a member of the Garifuna community. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And one online question, and then the floor.
Now we do have one online question from Scott Hayjost, if I'm pronouncing his name correctly. Would the panelists please elaborate on the role of whistleblowers and their protection and reward, including as the environmental defenders, in enhancing the environmental rule of law?
Thank you so much, Scott. And I just give the floor back to our panelists, and I think we'll start with you, Dr. Kameri-Mbote. You can choose which one or both questions you would like to address. Then we go back to Sheila, Jordan, and Sophie.
I think the work of environmental defenders is being brought out in many spaces, and we have different reports just showing how environmental defenders are killed or they are arrested, and both the Office of the High Commissioner on Human Rights and UNEP, we work together to bring BIMA on these issues. It is not easy to address all environmental human rights defenders, because the same way we are saying that environment cuts across, the people may see an environmental human rights defender as a person who is working against the government because of land reform. I mean, just aligning it with this issue can be difficult, but we continue to try.
I'll answer to the member of the Garifuna community. I strongly believe that one way of being involved is through a clear way of access to information, because through this, in the case of my country, for example, we found that through this tool, you can have access to the budget of things, of who are the people in charge, what are the processes that they have gone through, if they have all the permits, and that opens also to public participation. And so I believe that kind of tools are really, but you have to make a tool that is really easy to use, and it's easy that you can have a way to enforce it if it's not properly, addressed. So, from my point of view, and have been in an office in charge, I think that we have to start doing this kind of very landed instrument because that's what we need. We have talked a lot about declarations and treaties and things, but now is the time to operational on the ground, and I think that is a lack in many and affect a lot indigenous communities because the access is denied if you don't have a very clear instrument.
And I will echo Dr. Kameri-Mbote about the environmental defenders and the important role that they play and the critical protections that need to be in place. I think the protections that we have in place vary pretty dramatically depending on where you are, both on what's on the books, what laws are actually enacted, and certainly how they're implemented. So I think there's some pretty core work to continue basic cataloging and identification of what those protections are to try and increase the conversation about how to strengthen them.
Thank you very much. Those are really good questions. On environmental human rights defenders, both the General Assembly and the Human Rights Council have increasingly recognized their role. And we have kind of a good body now of resolutions on the obligation of states to protect environmental human rights defenders. But as previous panelists said, the issue really is on implementation. And there, I think it's important for civil society and other stakeholders to keep holding member states to account, including during the universal periodic review of human rights that member states have to present to the Human Rights Council. To ask those questions on how these obligations are actually being realized in practice. And on the question on international financial institutions, so this topic is really one where there's a lot of progress happening right now, and where, for instance, this Pact for the Future that will be adopted in September includes language on the need to reform, to accelerate the reform of the international financial framework. So they can be better used to respond to climate change. Of course, I would personally want to see more language there on the need to ensure that indigenous peoples are included in decision making and also receive sufficient funding from these mechanisms. But unfortunately, even though such language was proposed by various member states, it didn't end up in the final version of the pact. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That brings us to the end of this first keynote session, and I would like to invite you all to join me in a round of applause for our wonderful keynote speakers and discussants. Thank you so much. It's been a privilege, it's been an honor. There are refreshments outside the auditorium, and we start again with our first panel at 11 o'clock in 15 minutes.
Hello again, everyone. If we could invite you to get seated, you can see that most of our panel is ready, so it'd be great if the participants and audience will be ready as well. Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Welcome back to the IUCN WCEL International Expert Colloquium, the Environmental Rule of Law, Future Directions. The time has come for us to resume our work, and the time has come for us to discuss the integration of social justice in environmental institutions. I'm very happy to introduce the chair of this panel, Associate Professor Nicholas Breiner, from the Louisiana State University, and also focal point within the Global Judicial Institute on the Environment within the IUCN WCEL. Professor, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eamon, and thank you so much to all of the organizers of this great event, and to our hosts at the World Bank for bringing this group together. The UNEP 2023 report on environmental rule of law includes 4 major recommendations. And in this panel over the next hour, our topic is the third of these recommendations, which is to integrate social justice in environmental institutions. As the report states, this is a quote, environmental law often fails to adequately consider racial and social justice. Race and gender-neutral development and enforcement of environmental law can result in disproportionate impacts on certain populations, adding to cumulative impacts related to structural racism and sexism. This can, in turn, undermine the implementation of environmental protections. With the increasing social and political attention to issues of social justice, environmental institutions will need to undergo reform. Close quote. The legacy of many of our historical laws and policies on the environment and natural resources is not a just one. A legacy that here in the United States, for example, is marked by the exclusion of indigenous peoples in the establishment of protected areas and discriminatory patterns of enforcement of pollution control laws that have left Black communities and other communities of color with a disproportionate burden. So it is important for us as environmental lawyers to critically examine the ways in which environmental law might or might not actually work toward environmental justice. What procedures and what substantive checks do we have in place in our institutions to ensure that racial justice and equity, gender equity, are prioritized? And so as for the format of this session, we unfortunately only have 1 hour and many people to hear from. So without further comment, I will start turning to each of our panelists for an opening statement of, say, no more than 5 minutes. And let me just briefly introduce them. So first we'll hear from Professor David Foreman, co-director of the Environmental Law Program at the University of Hawaii at Manoa, the William S. Richardson School of Law, bringing aloha to this panel. Professor Karen Holm here from the UK, who's the chair of the IUCN WCEL Environmental Security and Conflict Law Specialist Group from the University of Essex, where she is professor. Next, Professor Daniela Damdiang, who is the deputy chair of the WCEL Environmental Security and Conflict Law Specialist Group, along with Professor Holm. and she is also from the Grotius Center for International Legal Studies at Leiden University in the Netherlands. And over here, then we'll wrap around to Professor Michael Hanke-Domas from Chile, the Deputy Chair of the WCEL Water and Wetlands Law Specialist Group, also here from the Universidad San Sebastián. And finally, Carl Brook, who is the Director of in International Programs at ELI, the local on the panel. So let me turn first to Professor Foreman. Again, I'll ask you to just give about 5 minutes, each of you, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Nick, and the sponsors for this opportunity. I was encouraged both by Nick's observations as well as Dr. Kameri-Mbote's remarks and Jordan Diamond, a question by Leano, and a response by Sophie Sanchim-Jaffe, because this is one of the areas that I'd like to speak about is indigenous peoples' rights. Although not explicitly referenced in the section 6.23 of the UNEP report, it's at least implicitly, in my mind, incorporated in the references to the need for proactive strategies towards social justice. Indeed, there are many references, important references to in the report on environmental law to indigenous peoples, including access to information, which Dr. Abed referenced, enhanced public participation in environmental decision-making, and protections for indigenous environmental defenders. Respectfully, however, my personal opinion is that it does not go far enough. The reference to President Clinton's Executive Order 12898 in 1994 reminds me of the apology law that President Clinton adopted a year before, acknowledging the role played by by agents and citizens of the U.S. in the overthrow of the Hawaiian Kingdom. And more than 3 decades later, we still have much work to be done despite the passage of that law. And I fear that IUCN's otherwise laudable efforts, the Director General, for example, has made some very strong statements acknowledging the successes in indigenous communities in protecting biodiversity. We may not accomplish the change that we need if we move beyond, if you will, the recognition or participation of indigenous peoples to what I would refer to as the additional 3 R's in a 4-point framework developed by one of my mentors, Emeritus Professor of Law and Social Justice, Eric Yamamoto, in the context of racial reconciliation. Specifically, it's recognition, responsibility, reconstruction, and reparation. In the context of reconstruction, maybe you would even add another R in terms of restorative justice. And I think some of the comments made by the previous speakers reinforce that. Maybe in the reparation context, Jordan's Diamond's observations about distribution of benefits, Julio's questions about that was proposed, and even the observations by Dr. Stevens on the World Bank's contractual agreements provide some opportunities to make a real difference in this effort. I believe there are pathways towards justice, for example, contemplated in Resolution 119 at the Marseille Congress in 2021, can help address many of the structural and systemic issues that have led us to the triple planetary crisis that we now face. Even liberal icons like the late United States Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg have cited the doctrine of discovery in legal decisions denying claims by indigenous peoples. Canada, Australia, and New Zealand likewise invoked that doctrine following U.S. Supreme Court Chief Justice John Marshall's infamous 1823 opinion in Johnson versus McIntosh. And this despite the fact that scholars have shown Chief Justice Marshall's analysis is seriously flawed. It's based on his own erroneous and unsupported work as an armchair colonial historian in Volume 1 of his 1804 Life of George Washington. I share this view. I share the view expressed by now Chief Justice Antonio Herman Benjamin of the National High Court of Brazil when he presided over the adoption of Resolution 1910 in Marseille, and noted that the call to renounce the doctrine of discovery may be the most important action taken by the IUCN to date. So let's all join in helping to implement this historic resolution to provide a stronger place-based foundation for the environmental rule of law in the world, around the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Foreman. Next, Professor Holm.
Thank you. Thank you to Nick, to the IUCN and the organizers and of course the sponsors. So we were asked to look at what the integration of social justice and environmental institutions means for the area of our specialist group, which, as Nick said, our specialist group is the environmental security and conflict law. So taking the approach that the International Law Commission has taken in their principles on protection of the environment in relation to armed conflict, we take a pre-conflict, a during conflict, and a post-conflict approach. And so I'll be looking at a couple or three examples maybe of where we could push things forward a little bit in the pre-conflict and maybe the during conflict stages. So first of all, I want to look at or briefly talk about reducing the drivers for conflict. I know we've already maybe alluded to some of these issues. So I think environmental conservation needs to be done in a socially aware way, taking into account, as we've said, local population rights, particularly the needs of indigenous peoples and biocultural rights, the rights of local communities. We need to ensure that environmental justice, climate justice, energy justice, and all the concepts that we're very familiar with, that states are really abiding by their obligations of the SDGs, that development takes into account environmental social impact assessments, environmental human rights, of course, and maybe the rights of nature, and that by doing this, therefore, will ensure that the conditions or the drivers for conflict are reduced, and therefore we avoid conflict, armed conflict in the first place. And there's a role here for the environmental treaties and the national bodies and NGOs, so everybody involved, all the institutions involved in the process. And I think we all therefore need to work on the combination of human and environmental rights. Maybe produce guidance for states, for example, when there are new obligations, such as the 30 by 30, which of course is, there's a lot of fear at the minute around the idea of land grabbing and the impacts on indigenous communities, for example. My second point, again, is the pre-conflict, as we call it, stage, or the security dimension, if you're that way inclined. And it's about the idea of planning, particularly in the environmental treaty bodies and other organizations. So I think here we've particularly pushed for, or we're pushing for treaty bodies and national institutions to discuss how the obligations under those particular environmental regimes continue during armed conflict. There's a huge debate about whether they do and what the scope of those obligations are. So we need the environmental treaty bodies really to be looking at that, to be discussing that with states and saying what should happen during armed conflict. So the planning stage, planning what will happen during those conflict phases, what obligations will continue, as I say, and how. This is particularly important for areas of importance, so protected areas, for example, bodies of water, forests, and particularly in relation to chemical infrastructure and installations. So these obligations, therefore, of course, should consider both environmental, social justice, human rights dimensions. What will the continuing rights be of indigenous populations and local communities? Okay, my third point and final point is the during conflict stage. And here I want to look at, again, the environmental treaty bodies, trying to push them a little bit in terms of their obligations and their policies to work with parties to the conflict. We've had some huge impacts, of course, from the Ukraine conflict on developing countries outside developing countries and vulnerable populations in those conflicts, of course, with the impact of the conflict, but also on the trade in grain, for example. So what we would like to see more of in the treaty bodies, the environmental treaty bodies and other organizations, is to enhance their work during conflict with states and other parties to the conflict. We've had examples in the past from in relation to the DRC, from the World Heritage Convention. More recently, there's a few examples in relation to treaty bodies in the Ukraine, conflict. And we need, therefore, to look at how conflict affects the local populations and the environment, of course, so the farmers, protected areas, ensuring, as far as possible, healthy air, water, and soils. So I think what we need more of, therefore, is the MEAs to consider conflict again in those obligations and to reach out to parties during conflict, maybe looking at issues such as how they can continue monitoring, continue to ensure public participation, capacity building, and training, for example, for civil society organizations.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Hulme. For adding that dimension for us to consider. And we'll now turn to Professor Dam de Jong.
Thank you. So my opening, yes, it works. Thank you very much. So my opening statement addresses what the UNEP Rule of Law report refers to as sacrifice zones, namely heavily contaminated areas where residents suffer devastating health consequences and human rights violations as a result of environmental degradation. But my remarks concern what we may call green sacrifice zones, namely ecologies and spaces that will be affected by the sourcing, transportation, installation, and operation of solutions for powering low-carbon transitions, as well as end-of-life treatment of related material waste. So we are looking basically at the energy transition and the social and environmental costs of that energy transition. So just to provide some examples of how the energy transition may infringe on human rights. So first of all, the energy transition requires large plots of land for forest-based mitigation action, for the production of biomass fuel, but also for the construction of wind and solar parks. So these land-intensive mitigation measures lead to a surge in demand for land, posing risks to the livelihood of local communities, especially those that depend on land for their living or will have a special connection with it, such as indigenous peoples. Second example, the extraction of raw materials for the production of renewable energy infrastructure. So the extraction of such minerals, and I'm thinking about lithium from Latin America, I'm thinking about coltan from the DR Congo. So they may have huge environmental impacts and thereby also affect human health, but it may also infringe again on local communities' rights, such as water rights, and even may contribute to the funding of armed conflicts through conflict resources. So I think these examples make clear that it is essential to incorporate human rights in the design and implementation of climate policy. So what tools do we have for that? As you may probably all be aware, the Paris Agreement itself references human rights in its preamble, when it calls on parties to, when taking action to address climate change, respect, promote, and consider their respective obligations on human rights. And this reference has opened the door for human rights mechanisms to play an important role in addressing the negative human rights impacts of climate policy and measures. So just again to give some examples, the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights noted in a report on the extractive sector that advancing a just transition in the extractive sector requires the fair and equitable distribution of the benefits and burdens of energy transition programs and the integration of human rights standards, in particular on meaningful and inclusive participation and access to remedy for victims of human rights abuses across the entire extractive sector value chain. Other example, the UN Special Rapporteur on the Promotion and Protection of Human Rights in the Context of Climate Change recommended in their 2023 report with respect to mitigation action that new climate legislation should incorporate women's and indigenous knowledge in decision-making processes, establish provisions on prior and informed consent with regard to indigenous peoples, and ensure that businesses, corporations, and financial institutions undertake environmental and human rights impact assessments of all mitigation projects. So, more in general, human rights bodies play an essential role in strengthening the social justice dimension of the environmental rule of law, including in relation to states' obligation to regulate their corporations, strengthening public participation, and through requiring environmental and social impact assessments. So, notwithstanding the fact that these human rights bodies play a very important role, I think, and that is something that may be addressed a bit more in environmental governance itself. I think this should also be a more important part of the Paris Agreement itself, because most of the discussions relate to just transition in the sense of the workforce. There are also discussions on the economic consequences of climate change on, for example, developing countries. But I have the feeling that this aspect could be addressed more as part of the Paris Agreement, for example, through states' obligation to submit national determined contributions. That concludes my opening remark.
Thank you. We'll wrap around to the other side of the table for Professor Hanke.
Thank you, Nick, and thank you, IUCN and the World Bank for this invitation. One of the missing links usually in this kind of conversations are courts. So I used to be a Chief Justice of an environmental court in Chile. So usually what you get is that everything has, as Patricia Kameri-Mbote mentioned, usually people try to rely on courts in order to assess their rights, okay? So what does it mean for a court to have this social justice to be included? Is it possible at all? Well, certainly we live in liberal democracies, and one of the inspiration is John Rawls' idea of social justice. So what does it mean? It means basically, as he mentioned, this conceptualization that, well, everyone has to be in a fairness society in an equal stance. So that touches upon the main idea of justice. So what does it mean in basic terms? So a court has to approve actions that are based on that kind of argument. Well, my position is yes, it can. And basically, everything is down to the way of interpreting constitutional rights. Okay, so we have two visions, just to say. Two visions that comes from, well, Ronald Dworkin, this idea that this rights trump other conceptualizations, and the case of Robert Alexi, this idea about the optimization of interpretation. So in the last case, the interpretation must be wide as possible, as factually and legally possible. So this idea of social justice must be one way of interpreting the law in the case of Robert Alexi. Whereas in the case of Dworkin, so probably there's less space for introducing new concepts in the adjudication unless the law says that you have to read the Constitution on that fashion. However, I would say that this is not the case. I would say that judges, when they decide, they adjudicate cases, they have to have a look into this kind of conversation in both cases. So certainly Robert Alexi interpretation of the law, this optimization heuristic strategy, certainly can help in terms of that kind of interpretation. However, in the case of Dworkin, what we are discussing there is this idea that judges might overstep their remit in terms of, well, we are bringing our own views or we are bringing political issues into decision. However, I would say that this is an incorrect view, or probably it's a shallow view of the jurisprudence. Why? For example, in the case of Dworkin, he suggested certainly that we need to understand, or we need to interpret the law in a moral way. He said that. So this is an ethical issue that has to be brought before the courts in terms of for them to adjudicate. So my point being that in either school of interpretation, one more open to this kind of concepts, and the other one very narrow way of understanding the law, in both cases you can bring the argument of social justice in order to be one of the elements for adjudicating cases in case of the environmental law. So what does it mean in very practical terms? It means that, for example, remedies, in case of environmental law remedies, probably you can argue that there's an area of social justice that you need to tackle. And for example, as well, it might mean that environmental impact assessment must introduce this concept of social justice in the evaluation, as my colleagues have mentioned. So that's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that contribution. Lastly, Carl Brook.
Thank you. When we were starting the second report, we had a number of consultative discussions about what are the cross-cutting themes. This was the second report. We just, a couple years earlier, did the first report. So the focus of the second report was on what's new. COVID was an easy one. Yes, we'll talk about COVID. There was a certain amount of discussion, though, around racial justice, social justice. This was during the height of the Black Lives Movement. There was no question that social justice and environmental justice were having profound effects on environmental governance in the United States, both for governments and for NGOs. But what about other countries? Was this something that we should highlight as a theme? Was social justice driving environmental rule of law in other countries? And so we looked. And country after country, not everywhere, but a lot of countries, we saw that the legacies of historic marginalization and injustice against racial minorities and other minorities were coming to the fore. Sometimes this was for Afro-descendant populations in Colombia and elsewhere. Sometimes it was for ethnic minorities. Often it was for indigenous peoples. And this, so we dived in further. And a couple of things I think are worth noting here. First, this topic reiterates the importance that we don't just simply enforce environmental laws. We need to interrogate, are the laws fair? Were they fairly promulgated? When we did the first report, it seemed like such an easy report. It's like, who can argue with environmental rule of law? And it wasn't until the very end that it came across an argument against it. It's the Marxist argument. Law is the tool of the oppressor. Huh. And so I think this is an interesting point. We assume that the environmental laws are, they have noble objectives. We assume that they are just, but we need to kind of look at that through these lenses. So even within the existential threats of the triple planetary crises of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution burdens, we need to reckon with the historic inequities that laws may present. We need to look at loss of land, loss of resource rights, pollution burdens, loss of culture associated with environmental injustices. And then listening to Sophie's comments this morning, it struck me that there's another important issue on social justice in relation to environmental rule of law that requires some real thinking. In short, many of the low-lying areas, the low-lying lands that are currently occupied are occupied by the most vulnerable populations, often racial and ethnic minorities. And you saw this with the lower Ninth Ward and the flooding associated with Hurricane Katrina. And the question is, as we are thinking about adaptation, we're trying to move people out of vulnerable areas. How do we do that? Do we buy all of their properties? Do we provide flood insurance? Or do we simply stop flood insurance and wait for the next disaster and then people have to move? Where all their wealth is tied up in just what was wiped out. We need to be thinking about that. And I'd like to kind of end with a call to at least an awareness awakening, if you will. Too often, the environmental movement suffers from a white hat syndrome. We are addressing the existential crises of our day. We're saving
the planet. We're saving the conditions for quality of human life. And there are a lot of forces against us. And people who argue with us just don't get it. We're doing good. How could we be doing bad? And I remember asking an advocate who was pushing divestment of government funds in fossil fuels. How are you addressing the fact that, you know, in more than 20 countries, the whole economy, the social bargain is based on revenues from these resources? You're going to take away the vast majority of revenues, government services, social stability, and you're just saying, wipe out their economies because the climate demands it. And they paused for a long time and finally said, well, if you think about these questions, you get paralyzed. And the point is, you can make things worse. There can be backlashes. We need to be thinking about these things at the design stage. And we saw this actually at COP28. Countries, for the first time, I mean, why did it take 28 COPs to get to that point? But for the first time, countries said, you know, we don't want to go back to the Stone Ages. And everybody was shocked. Why? I don't know. But, you know, we need to be thinking about this and not just thinking about the environment. We need to be thinking about how people do this. And so I really think we need to do a better job of incorporating inclusion and equity into our environmental policies and our laws from the outset. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much to all of you for those provocative statements and interesting opening statements on this topic. And I want to just add one more thing, one more, I guess, maybe negative or pessimistic example. Before then, I turn to all of you to try to look for some optimistic or at least proactive points that we can take. Listening to Michael and Carl there at the end in talking about the role of courts, this, you know, has at the forefront of my mind, being in Louisiana, is this negative example that's occurred over the last few days. The EPA has, throughout the Biden administration, made environmental and racial justice a major priority. And the EPA administrator, in one of his first months after being confirmed as administrator, went to Louisiana in 2021 to meet with minority groups, to meet with African American communities, and the EPA began negotiating an agreement with the Louisiana Department of Environmental Quality to improve state-level practices on how the agency models the air quality impacts of new facilities on communities of color that are located in proximity to, you know, a very high concentration of industrial facilities that emit air pollutants, toxic air pollutants, conventional air pollutants, hazardous air pollutants, and carcinogens. And despite that productive interaction between the EPA and these communities, the state attorney general, who's now the governor, filed a lawsuit with the support of industry to block this engagement, and regrettably a federal judge agreed. And last week, this judge just issued a permanent injunction prohibiting the EPA from proactively considering racial justice in investigating noncompliance or in trying to remedy the problems of disparate and disproportionate impact. So the backlash comes, and it comes swiftly. And that injunction is based on the, in my view, twisted logic of the sort of the environmental anti-rule of law that the state has to be blind to racial injustices. So with that sort of pessimistic view in mind, I'm hopeful that we can talk about some solutions and proactive steps that can be taken. And, you know, I'm encouraged by, you know, what Carl was talking about as well at the end. So let me pose a question to all of you on the panel, which is, as part of, you know, academic and civil society organizations that you represent, some of you both, and many of you with your involvement in the World Commission on Environmental Law's specialist groups, what are one or two concrete steps that you think your institution or organization can take or needs to take to ensure that environmental justice and social justice are at the forefront of the work that you do in environmental policy and law. I'll just go in the same order we went before, unless any of you would rather speak first. I'll put you on the hot seat, on the hot seat there.
Yes, I think that's an important question to ask and for all of us to think about. And it's something that's been at the forefront of the work that I do with my colleagues at the Cahuliao Center for Excellence in Native Hawaiian Law. And we'll be coming out with a second edition of our treatise on Native Hawaiian law, which has this restorative justice focus. And some of you may be familiar with the work of my colleague, Professor Kupua Sproat, who was recognized as by the IUCN Academy of Environmental Laws with their Emerging Scholar Award about 9 years ago. And it's doing the kind of work that I think Carl was mentioning, is kind of assessing laws based on whether they're achieving restorative justice. And it's the kind of thing that I think, that's what I meant when I was saying place-based applications of the environmental rule of law. I think these kinds of initiatives need to take place around the world. And so we're trying to do that in our communities, and I think other communities around the world need to be engaged in similar efforts.
Thank you, Nick. Well, I come from the University of Essex in the UK, which has a hugely rich tradition of human rights advocacy. So I think in similar vein, through our specialist group work as well, we try to produce publications, guidance for states and other actors, and of course undertake advocacy when it comes to conflict legal protections and advancing these, as I said in my brief presentation about advancing these. And I think the next stage is to try to influence the MEA treaty bodies to take up conflict as an issue, and to start doing that planning that I was suggesting. So I think that's, for me, the sort of try to be concrete about what we need to be doing, I think, a little bit more. And linking again with what Michael was saying about advocacy, but also litigation as well, to work with organizations, civil society on, well, capacity building, training, but also strategic litigation as well.
I think to an extent I'm echoing what Karen is saying. I think awareness raising is crucial. So I mean, as part of my day job, I work at a university. So through teaching, I try to basically raise awareness that it's complex, right? I mean, it's not just. I see students who are very passionate about environmental protection. I'm glad of it, but I think it's important that I realize that when you think about the environment, there are also these social justice questions, and you need to look at those together. So that's something I try to do in any case in my day job. And as part of the specialist group, which is on environmental conflict and security law, one of the things that we did over the past year was developing a guidance for corporations, or in any case for states with respect to corporations mostly, in relation to the issue of environmental harm in conflict-affected states. And not just environmental harm, but also, of course, the health-related effects. And really trying to provide guidance to some of the challenges, such as monitoring, tracking, tracing, but also questions with stakeholder engagement, and really trying to provide guidance on that level, so that states have something to hold on to when they are thinking about their policies in relation to the environment.
Thank you. Let me turn to this half of the table.
Thank you. Well, the case that you mentioned probably is a circumstantial evidence, which is you have to contrast with the rest of the courts in the world that are trying to do their contribution to, well, you know better than me, and but what we gather, particularly with Carl, we worked for 2 years in Colombia trying to teach the judges there about forestry law and climate change and many things. And The interesting thing is that they didn't have any clue about the environmental law, nothing. So of what help were they in this discussion? None, because they didn't have the training, the specialized training and understanding. As Lydia mentioned as well, this is not a problem of law, it's a problem of understanding ecosystems, interrelations, etc. So it's more complex than environmental law. So in that case, we work with Carl and a large group of people, very, very nice people. And well, we did this course, and probably this is going to get better. So my point being, in that case, probably we need to work more in terms of how courts are or how judges are trained in these particulars, which is very difficult. And although in the case of Colombia, the judges were very keen on learning, but most of them weren't. I mean, the people who didn't attend the course, they weren't very interested. So I think this is a good thing. Well, the Global Judicial Institute is doing that, and so I think it's a very, very important way. And the second way, it's that this thinking, this very, very dense thinking about how to solve these problems that are usually come before politicians, this idea that courts are overstepping their remit. I think this is a false argument, and probably we have all the tools in order to develop and to destroy that divide. And probably the case that you mentioned won't be solved or it was solved on that regard, which is okay, but probably it's a wrong argument in terms of how to adjudicate a case like that. Thank you.
I think there is a urgent need to go beyond advocacy to evidence. We need to build the evidence base regarding how inclusion can strengthen environmental rule of law. I mean, we assert it. We have anecdotes. But too often inclusion is a tick box exercise. You have a consultation because you have to have a consultation. Okay, tick. Unless and until decision makers, implementers, and enforcers clearly understand the benefits of inclusion in environmental outcomes, inclusion will always remain that tick box exercise. ELI is currently undertaking an evaluation for the Global Environment Facility, looking at how inclusion of marginalized groups, particularly related to gender, indigenous peoples and local communities, youth, and persons with disabilities and others, how that affects GEF programming. How often are these groups included? How are they included, and at what stage? And most importantly, what are the effects of inclusion? What are the effects of failure to including these groups? Because there's so many demands on GEF program officers in terms of, I mean, you have to push through different projects, you have to, your goal is to achieve environmental outcomes. It's not social justice, it's not gender equity, it's not economic development. These are related, they're important, but there are other agencies that do that. So the question is, can you show that inclusion helps them to achieve what they want to achieve? That gets their attention. That makes them a champion and not just a supporter. And so I think that we need to do something similar. Well, one other point on that is it moves the discussion beyond protection. We need to protect these people's rights to talk about agency. How can inclusion of indigenous peoples advance the environmental agenda? How can inclusion of women make things more effective? So we need to, this is in environmental programming. We need to do a similar analysis. We need to figure out what the data set is and how you show it for environmental rule of law. How does this improve compliance rates? How does it improve the actual enforcement? Thank you.
Thank you for all those responses. I'm going to ask a follow-up question, which is related, and some of you were already touching on this idea, but I wonder if any of you have any additional comments on not just action taken by academic or civil society organizations, which many of you really eloquently talked about, but what the role of civil society can be in actually ensuring that governments adopt socially inclusive approaches to address environmental crises. So you mentioned some of these connections there. I'll turn it to all of you again if you have any additional comments and thoughts on how you take that action from, within the environmental space and institutional reform to really how you push governments to adopt those socially inclusive practices and approaches.
Should we go the other direction?
Sure.
So I want to come back to the Fifth Circuit that you had so happily shared. There's a challenge on the political side, and that is that when EPA is exploring how do we protect these marginalized communities, sometimes the answer's been enforce the law. Don't talk about race, just enforce the law. And the politics is, no, we can't. We have to be seen doing something for these communities, specifically for these communities, not for others. We really need to advance protections for Black communities, or whatever community it is. And now we're seeing courts say, no, you can't do that. And I think that one of the things we need to discuss is what happens. I mean, we're talking about how can social inclusion improve environmental rule of law. What happens if we turn it around and say, how can environmental rule of law advance social justice? Even if we're not focusing on the race side, because the courts are going to look at anything, at least U.S. courts are going to look at anything that is race-based with a lot of suspicion. But that also requires buy-in from the political leaders.
Thank you. Well, all over the world, you see that civil society is very active in terms of bringing cases before courts. So I would like to stress several issues that we've been regarding on that matter. Well, the first is that, well, usually the quality of the cases brought before courts are not that good, okay? And that hampers their ability to bring cases. So henceforth, it means that probably either the government through a judicial or judicial help to those communities might be one solution, or the idea that universities need to bring very good education in terms of environmental law, which is usually not the case, unfortunately. And the other thing is that, as I mentioned, and Carl mentioned as well, this idea that judges need to be on top of their league in terms of how to adjudicate a case like this, which is very difficult. Most of the judiciaries are not prepared, and we have these outliers. Well, Justice Benjamin being one outlier, yeah. But that's not the whole case of the Brazilian judiciary. So I think we need to bring more strength on that regard in terms of schools of judiciaries. Thank you.
Yeah, this is obviously a question civil society can have. So indeed, the role of that they can play in bringing cases, but. If I look at it from a more personal perspective, what I think is an important role that I play as a member of civil society is more on the facilitative side. So really providing support, trying to give guidance basically to states of what they can do. Through either consultancy or through the specialist group, through this implementation guidance. I think that's also an important aspect. So we need both. We need a more activist stance, I think, but also the more supportive stance. And I personally feel more comfortable with that latter. But that I think both are really important.
Hi, yeah, just maybe to reiterate, I think, what Patricia mentioned this morning, the word of empowering. So I mean, we all know the rights and obligations that states are supposed to have towards civil society. Give organizations standing so they can bring the cases, make sure the fees and the funding dimension is not too limited, etc. So we know those basics of law, empowering local communities, and then I think and using the mechanisms that are already there, and maybe pushing for others, of course. So we know that, again, going back to the human rights sphere, we know that there's the shadow reports, etc. So again, thinking maybe are there other mechanisms that we can adopt for civil society to have that voice. That's one thing. But I think, reiterating, what Scott's question to the second panel this morning talked about, we know about environmental defenders and we know about what rights they need. Environmental whistleblowers, I think, is a really interesting one. We know in the corruption sphere, for example, the Corruption Convention, that there are specific protections for whistleblowers. So I think that's a really important sphere that maybe we haven't advanced as much as we could do. And then thinking about when there are civil society organizations, and I'm thinking just of the UK, Just Stop Oil, Extinction Rebellion, and the government have already clamped down on that. They've already limited their rights. So they need to be called out. So I think more and more we need, just as in a breach of human rights, I think we need more calling out of when states are clamping down. The first steps of clamping down on the free speech, the participatory rights of civil society.
In my response, I think I'd like to build upon what I heard Carl talking about, and that need to focus on what does the community need, as well as the accountability elements that Karen had mentioned. And one example is the youth lawsuit in Hawaii called Navahini versus the Department of Transportation. And one of the settlement terms incorporated was a seat at the table for the youth in future decision making. And so the lawyers, I thought, did a great job of thinking about what their clients really wanted rather than just the victory in that case. And another example is, even when you have laws that provide, for example, in the protection of water resources in Hawaii, there's a seat that's supposed to go to someone with knowledge about traditional cultural practices. Our governor had 3 highly qualified names before him and declined to appoint anybody. And so the community needs to organize and point out and call out when our leaders are not fulfilling their responsibilities.
Great, thank you all so much. We have just a few minutes. I would like to open up the floor if there are 1 or 2 questions that folks have for the panel. Don't all speak at once. Julio. And then I saw another hand in the back as well, maybe.
Thank you once again. My name is Julio Cesar Guiti Guevara. I'm a member of the indigenous or Afro-Indigenous community called the Garifunas from Central America in the United States. A wonderful panel. My brief question / comment has to do with where we see the biggest challenges is in the issue of enforceability. And the second area is implementation. We have a few resolutions from different courts, international courts. For instance, the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights rule on the case of the Garifuna community versus the Garifuna community of Punta Piedra versus the government of Honduras. Is a resolution from 2015, and up until today, that resolution has not been enforced by the government. And the fact that many governments have, when they ratify this international instrument, they put a reserve on economic issues, and that has been significantly detrimental to us. In the implementation side, we see the fact that we have to start thinking outside of the box, considering that most of the existing project implementation / financial, international financial component has to do with dealing with central government. So some governments in Latin America and the Caribbean, particularly the government of Colombia, started to put communities or encouraging communities that are along the coast beyond the borders of a specific country to address this issue. Last week, I was in Colombia with the Raizales from San Andres, and then we met with the Palenqueros of the mainland in Colombia, and we had representatives from the Garifuna communities of Honduras and Nicaragua addressing all these issues that you are describing. My question is, thinking outside of the box, what other alternatives would you consider that we use as members of these historically underserved, undercounted, and underrepresented populations? Thank you.
Thank you, Julio. I understand there's also a question online. Fabiano, if you would read that for us.
Correct. There's a question from Dr. Samuel Muriti, who is asking panelists if there is a network on addressing and enlightening people on the essentialities of environmental bylaws that includes different legal professionals in the judiciary and etc.
Great, thank you so much. And was there one more question? Maybe we can take those questions. Claudia.
Thank you, Nick. Just I guess a reflection and a question, because listening to you and what you mentioned and Carl about the Fifth Circuit, with our work being international, most of the people here being international lawyers with IUCN, makes me wonder, how do we find common ground on these issues? I was thinking, for example, we work a lot with the Commission on Environmental Cooperation for North America. The last council, the whole focus was on environmental justice, and a discussion paper was put out on the concept and the notion of what does environmental justice really mean. We're working on issues that matter to every country and that have no distinction of color, race, whether you're in the business side, in the private sector side. So how do we get closer to that element of the environmental rule of law, of having certainty, clarity, and rules that are applicable to all? Just any thoughts on that? Thank you.
Thank you so much. So those are three thought-provoking questions, and we have just about 5 minutes left. So let me give you all each 1 minute to answer as many of those three questions as you feel like you can. Sorry for the shortness of time, but I'm, no need to respond to all of them all at once. But let's start at the end over here with Daniela, and then we can work our way over.
I have to admit, I'm going to skip on the questions because they're fairly specific. So no, I'm passing. Sorry.
Any final words you have, if you'd like, please.
Okay. In theory, I'm skipping because, well, certainly the second one, it's not my area, but the first and the third, I think if I had the answers, or any of us had the answers, we would be, giving you the answers to those in terms of thinking outside the box. What could you do, for example? Obviously, the answer I'm going to give is use all and any avenues possible. But I think that's what people are already doing anyway. 10 years ago, 15 years ago, merging human rights and the environment, it seems like something that no human rights in my department were talking about. I started talking about it 10, 15 years ago, had a module on it. Now so it's in that sense, just keep building any and everywhere possible. And the strategic litigation, the ICJ, for example, that's a brilliant example, the climate litigation of everybody trying to find all inroads everywhere is the only answer. And I again, similar thing for Claudia's. It's a huge question. We don't have time to answer it, but yeah, I'm sure you can answer it better than anyone.
Well, I guess whether you're from the generation that believes that the quote comes from Margaret Mead or from Greta Thunberg, no limit to what a small group of committed people can do. And I don't want this to sound like it came from me. It was really the youth. But when I spoke to the Pacific Island students fighting climate change in Vanuatu 5 years ago, one of the things I said to them is that there are many youth around the world that are doing similar things, not all identical, but if you find areas of common interest where you can support each other, that will give me a lot more hope. And those youth, without my influence, really did some amazing things, leading to the first ever adoption of consensus request for an advisory opinion. And so I wanted to thank Christina Voigt for all of the work that she did on that. Thank you.
I think Claudia hits on a very important question because, on the one hand, Fifth Circuit's Fifth Circuit. It's the U.S. It's one of the more aggressive places in the U.S. for addressing environmental law. This is very much a U.S. issue. But we've seen over the last 30 years, both positively and negatively, there are certain things that come up in one country and other countries go, oh, that's interesting, we should do that, for better or for worse. I mean, we saw one of the things that was tracked in the first global report was countries adopting legislation that restricts NGOs and foreign agents and things like that. And one country does it, and another country says, "Oh, we can get rid of these pesky groups by doing this." And I think that the answer to your question is disaggregating. Don't look broadly at common ground on everything, but on this issue, what do we do? And we've been doing that on defenders, and looking at other specific issues that either are here or are coming, and then kind of have that discussion, because even if a certain issue hasn't reached other countries yet, it will. And so I think that this is a space that IUCN and UNEP, which has been doing a lot of work in kind of bringing countries together to have these discussions, but making that much more specific. And I think that environmental rule of law provides that overarching framework, and that here are some specific issues that we're seeing, and diving in depth on those.
Thank you. I will, well, certainly what Karen mentioned is clue in terms of bringing cases before courts. But I would say in that case, my 2 cents, and in the case of Julio, this treaty reservation, I would make a difference between the reservation being a matter of public international law, but not as a matter of national law, okay? So what I'm saying is that I can't be held responsible at international level because I made this reservation, but it doesn't mean that you are not going to comply in terms of national law. So my idea is, in that case, is a problem of the interpretation of constitutional rights. So there's a leeway in that case that probably you can try. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all of our panelists. Let me just close by echoing what Jordan said earlier this morning about the importance of having a vision of what to do and what to accomplish, and not just what to stop. So I think we've all heard some great ideas and suggestions and recommendations for action based on what's in that 2023 Environmental Rule of Law report to take active engagement, proactive movement for reform of environmental institutions in order to really ensure that social justice is taken into account, and to ensure that that connection between human rights and environmental protection is really fulfilled and respected. So thank you all very, very much. Let's have a round of applause for our panelists. And I will turn the time back to Ayman once he's done moving our name cards.
Okay, the placards are in place. The time has come to start our second panel on environmental rule of law and transformative change for addressing planetary crisis, which will be chaired by Alvin Gatchi, who's the Deputy Chair of the IUCN World Commission on Environmental Law's Early Career Specialist Group. Alvin, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eamon, and welcome to this session where we're going to be discussing the environmental rule of law and its critical role in driving transformational change to addressing the pressing planetary crisis that we face today. So I'll start off looking at the foreword of the Environmental Rule of Law report, where Professor Patricia Kameri-Mbote writes that the urgency and seriousness of the triple planetary crisis require transformation. And with the Environmental Rule of Law, there's hope that the transformations will work in practice and not just in books. So inspired by the report, the panelists will share their insights and expertise on different aspects on environmental rule of law, from soil conservation, sustainable agriculture, water law, environmental ethics, biodiversity law. And the discussion will explore the intersection of legal frameworks, ethical considerations, and practical governance. And what we're looking for is to identify effective strategies for safeguarding our planet. I am the facilitator. My name is Alvin Kashie, and I am in the Early Career Specialist Group and also work with the UNEP Law Division. And I'll use this as a plug, and I've gotten the permission from the panelists that the Early Career Specialist Group works with fostering relationships among early career environmental law professionals. And we encourage people to work on different activities in the commission. And early career is 35 years or younger, or within 5 years of completing the postgrad degree, or 10 years since completing the undergraduate degree. And with that, I will welcome all of those who fall in those categories to join after this. And to our panelists, we have Dr. Irene Heuser, who's the chair of the IUCN WCEL Soil and Sustainable Agriculture Law Specialist Group. And she's also the head of UNIT EU Development Policy Potsdam. We have at the extreme left, Dr. Tina Paloniti, who's the chair of the IUCN Academy of Environmental Law at the University of Helsinki. We have on my right, Stefano Burki, chair, IUCN WCEL Water and Wetlands Specialist Group, and chair emeritus, International Association of Water Law, AIDA. Further, we have Katie Guesdon, the chair of the IUCN WCEL Ethics Specialist Group and the executive director for the Center for Environmental Ethics and Law. And at the extreme right, we have Professor Emmanuel Kasimbazi, the chair of the IUCN WCEL Biodiversity Law Specialist Group, and from Makerere University School of Law. In terms of the panel structures, we'll have 2 rounds of questions, where the first will reflect on the topic, environmental rule of law and transformative change, and then we'll move to specific questions in their areas of expertise. So this is quite a challenging task. I'll be looking for 2 minutes for the first round, then 3 minutes for the second round. And so just to start us off, we'll be looking at asking the panelists to introduce yourself briefly. What's your area of expertise? How does it relate to the environmental rule of law? And in framing the challenge and defining it, what do you consider as an environmental crisis today, and how the law can be used to drive transformative change? So I'll start with Irene on my left, and we'll continue to the end to Tina, and then we'll come again from Stefano, going to the right. Thanks. Irene.
Thank you very much, Alvin and IUCN, for the invitation. In our specialist group, we are dealing with soil and sustainable agriculture law, and we are very much concerned because at least 1/3 of our soils are worldwide are already affected. A quarter is highly degraded by soil erosion, soil contamination, organic matter decline, soil biodiversity loss, and many other threats. And just talking about social justice in the last panel, we have to see that the global food system is a model of inequality because just 1% of the farms, primarily large agribusiness, control more than 70% of the world's agricultural land. And therefore, land degradation affects 75% of the poor. And so it's really also a topic of social justice. You have mentioned that as well, Patricia. How it is related to the environmental rule of law. At first glance, one might have thought that the environmental rule of law is not relevant in the field of soil, or not so much relevant in the field of soil and sustainable agriculture law, because soils are not yet legally protected the same way as climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution prevention. But the concept of environmental law for us is premised on laws and institutions, and also has a policy focus on implementation and enforcement. I can later on say a few words about the development of legal instruments for soil protection at the international, national, and regional level. But for now, soils were historically and are still the poor nephews of environmental law. And this means, in the first place, that we need good legal instruments, good legal frameworks, and yes, of course, have to discuss the problems of implementation. And furthermore, a fair and transparent justice system is also critical, of course, to establishing the environmental rule of law. Judicial engagement in soil-relevant cases is an important instrument to strive for land degradation neutrality and to prevent further soil degradation. So let's leave it with this.
Thank you. Tina?
Thank you, Alvin, and thank you, Irena, for opening that panel. Yes, I'm Tina Palaniitu from University of Helsinki, and here in the capacity of IUCN Academy of Environmental Law Chair. Thank you so much for inviting me. It's truly appreciated. And thank you, IUCN, for flying us all in here. The past few days have been very insightful, invigorating, and I have learned a lot on how IUCN operates as an entity. At the Academy of Environmental Law, or AEL, we are an organization that is affiliated with the IUCN, but not one of its official formal bodies. And we have law schools as members from across the globe. We take pride in our annual colloquium that takes place somewhere across the globe, usually in July approximately. And the latest we had was in India, in Gujarat, and that was the first time we had it in India, which was our great joy. But personally, just one thought of that. I have my roots in water law, as I tend to say, and my wings in comparative law, but more of that a bit later. You have been asked about defining the challenge. What is the most pressing challenge for environmental crisis today? And I have to say that this and many of other things I'm going to tell you today is something that we thought together in our board. And one of the key things that our board wanted to highlight is enforcement. We have been talking about it today already. And enforcement across the actors of environmental law sphere, policymakers, decision makers, educators, academics, everybody. And as the previous panel so well highlighted, we need more effective enforcement, not only to achieve the environmental betterment goals that we have, but to also to avoid the social conflict, mitigate and solve them, that the need for environmental resources, natural resources cause. And so I suppose from that comes also the thoughts on transformative change. What does it mean? And in Helsinki, when I work, my position is that of environmental and sustainability law. And in that context, I've learned to emphasize the need and the work we are currently doing towards genuinely sustainable societies where economic sustainability no longer trumps environmental or social ones. And in line with what our previous panel also emphasized, we have seen increasingly important to see social sustainability so where local communities are heard and included in all decision-making impacting their area. And we were happy that this year when we had our colloquium in India, Gujarat, the theme was around this topic how to better have that bottom-up action towards genuinely sustainable societies and how to better include the local communities. And in general, legal systems can facilitate this change. They are not only obstructors, but if wisely coined and effectively enforced, they can truly have a significant impact.
Thank you, Tina. Stefano?
Yes, thank you, Alvin, and it's a privilege and an honor to be here in this respectable group and before this audience. Now, I'm the chair, as was said by Alvin, of the Water and Wetlands Law Specialist Group and former chair of this International Association for Water Law. And that comes from the fact that 50 years ago, I fell in love with fresh water and with my wife. I mean, the two things happened at the same time. But anyway, but this through a mentor, and one of the founding fathers of water law, anyway, at the time, who's no longer with us and passed away. But and I myself, I must say, I've gone myself through a process of transformative change, if you like, in the way that I have addressed and perceived freshwater law, legislation, regulations for freshwater development, management, conservation, and use through the years in my role as staff member in the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, so traveling to many countries, advising on freshwater law reform. But nowadays, and this transformative change now resonates with what I'm about to say. Now, the continuity, to my mind, you were asking about, the crisis, that I see looming large, from my own perspective, is that the continuity, I would say, more than availability, the continuity of fresh water that flows in rivers or that is in the lakes and that is stocked and moves very slowly, but it moves underground in aquifers. This continuity of this fresh water of a quality that is apt to suitable to sustain and support the environment in general and water-dependent ecosystems in particular is under threat nowadays due to a number of causes, and climate change comes, immediately to mind among them, and is becoming critical. That's where the criticality of, if you like, the freshwater and its environmental dimension, as I perceive it, as I see it. Now, the challenge ahead, as I see it, in the how freshwater reflects upon the environmental rule of law. Environmental law and the environmental rule of law, is accommodating, prioritizing, upscaling, if you like, the environment support function, the ecosystem support function and value of fresh water in rivers, lakes, streams, and under the ground, in an increasingly competitive environment where these fresh waters in rivers, lakes, and underground is coming under stress from a number of factors. And through this process of upscaling and prioritizing this ecosystem, environmental function and value of freshwater, bring in a sort of a transformative change, which is what I underwent myself in my own personal experience, but bring in transformative change in the way that freshwater is perceived and acted upon by policymakers and lawmakers around the globe, in different countries. And this is, to my mind, the challenge that the law and the rule of law, the environmental rule of law when it comes to freshwater specifically, what lies ahead.
Thank you. Katie?
Thank you so much. Thank you, Alvin. And it is really an honor to be here and to have you as our chair. I think too often youth is one of those boxes to check, and not so much the meaningful engagement that would lead to solutions that actually lead to change. So I'm going to actually merge the 2 and 3 minutes of these questions, these core questions of our area of expertise, how it's relative to environmental rule of law, the challenges, and the transformative change, if that's okay. And I'm timing myself, so I hope I'm within it. So I work in the field of environmental ethics, or simply ethics, which is the inquiry into right and wrong behavior and when responsibility attaches. So to lawyers, that is what we do every day. That is literally justice, right? In addition to the chair of the Ethics Specialist Group, I serve as the executive director of the Center for Environmental Ethics and Law, where we work with local communities on local-led projects to bear witness to their harms, often from government and private industry actors, to build solidarity, to inform state or local, state, regional, international law and policy by exploring together the major gap between their current life and the life they want to live. I also teach courses on humanitarian law, human security, and currently decolonizing international law, which I may believe, but I hope not, that it's the only course in a U.S. law school. We need more of them, and we need a case book, and we're working on it. So last week at the Regional Conservation Forum for IUCN, which is the world's oldest and largest international environmental organization, created in 1948 amidst conflict and as a path to peace, a member organization stood up to tell us how we can better integrate indigenous law and governance into our own everyday acts. She spoke about how indigenous peoples often prioritize place, story, and ceremony. So to highlight the most pressing crises today and how to lead to transformative change, I would like to take her advice and tell some stories of our place. First, let us go to the White House, a symbol of democracy, the People's House. Built with red clay bricks on the land itself, the soils underneath, the sandstone from Virginia and North Carolina, built by the enslaved. Whether discussing protections for amphibians or plastics in the oceans, habitat connectivity or climate change, we must acknowledge the colonial legacies and historic harms still present today. We must be grounded in the truth of the interconnectedness of all harms to nature to harms to humanity and vice versa. And we must bear responsibility for the inequities of power due to the continued and often lawful exploitation and predation of both humans and nature. We say water is life, but we must acknowledge that to indigenous peoples, colonizers turned those rivers into pathways of death and destruction and erasure. From missionaries, from explorers seeking conquest, domination, and tyranny. We say water is life, but we must acknowledge that to the ancestors of the enslaved and through the transatlantic slave trade, those oceans brought the very people who destroyed their lives, communities, and tribes, separated their families, and caused lasting generational insecurity and trauma, solidifying a hierarchy of race and class and concentrated power that still exists today. And the path to that power was the exploitation and predation of both humans and nature. If you follow the path of plants, you follow the path of power. Next, let us go to Capitol Hill, the beacon on the hill, or a representative democracy that does not represent in race, gender, or ideology, with science deniers and democracy destroyers. It is the legislative body that has proven itself incapable of addressing our planetary crises through the rule of law, and largely due to the consolidation and continuation of power imbalances from our colonial past. It is an institution that continues plantation economics and policy violence, rooted in discriminatory harms to human life and for the continued capture of nature's life. It is quite necrophilic, the destruction of nature and through the destruction of man. From these halls of law and governance, we had the Trail of Tears and the Trail of Death, the genocide and forced removals of indigenous peoples, and the exceptionalism of manifest destiny, a divine westward expansion of continued war and violence. For land and through the rule of law, and sometimes for nature protection, the creation of national parks, where the uniforms to this day of the National Park Service model the uniforms of the U.S. Army. Next, let's go to the Supreme Court. And I promise I'm almost done. All of these could be unpacked much further. The highest court of our land, with no checks and balances, with no oversight, with no binding ethical code. And the result? The continuation and consolidation of unequal, discriminatory, corrupt power, decisions that have taken away human rights of women in Dobbs, voting rights of black communities with Shelby County, and that have provided criminal immunity to our chief executive officer, that have continued the tenets of the doctrine of conquest that David spoke about, that have made impotent the regulatory bodies of our country, private profit rules for continued exploitation and predation of both people and nature. Next, the Dr. King Memorial. There's so much here. Or you could even go to the reflecting pool, the site of his I Have a Dream speech. We say environmental crises. Dr. King spoke of three great evils: racism, militarism, and capitalism. And yes, he did say capitalism. Dr. Barber of the Poor People's Campaign added a fourth: ecological destruction, because they are all related, and they're all done through the rule of law. Our rule of law is responsible for the targeted and disparate harms to black and brown communities. It is responsible for a military budget larger than most countries. Budgets are nothing more than statements of values, ethical statements, pronouncements of our priorities. Financial Times just wrote that the top 15 defense contractors are on a record-breaking path to $52 billion in arms sales in 2026, twice the amount of 2021. And they are benefiting from a surge in government orders because of the geopolitical instability and tensions. Benefiting. And I end with our Declaration of Independence. Just down the street at the National Archives. I don't know which direction right now. Our declaration document was a liberation document, a decolonialist document. Yes, written by slaveholders, and yes, calling indigenous peoples savages. But it was also meant as a statement of ideals that we should forever strive to attain, with the most quoted line in human rights: hold these truths to be self-evident, all men are created equal, endowed by their creator certain unalienable rights, life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. Our Declaration of Independence was a legal defense to the community of nations for our revolution, an argument that our revolution was lawful because of tyranny, because of oppression, because of the oppressive power, quote unquote, who plundered our seas, ravaged our coasts, burnt our towns, and destroyed the lives of our people. I hope you see where I'm going here. So we not only have a right, but a duty to abolish the forms and systems of law and governance that cause harm. And we do it for our future security. Our environmental crises are governance crises, unethical systems that lead to great harm evidenced before us. And we know that these systems are rooted in these colonial legacies, again, of predation and exploitation are not working. We know development models of sustainability are not working. We know lending and incurring debt for development does not work. Malcolm X in his autobiography said, "Debt is the step to slavery, to modern day slavery." And importantly, hierarchy, patriarchy, paternalism, development, commodification of nature, dehumanization of man. These are the very systems that brought us to these crises. Why do we think that they would take us out? We need transformative, liberating rule of law. We cannot be environmental rule of law, separated and sectoralized to make us easier to disregard. We must be just rule of law, whether discussing public health, property, trade, subsidies, corruption, crime, cartels, that advance a just, sustainable future. And we must be a just rule of law, equality, equity, access, for peace through truth. And we cannot focus only on environmental justice or even environmental ethics, and I know that's in the title of my organization, but work for justice, for ethical action in all areas of life. For these are not environmental crises, as the question was posed, but life crises. Thank you. And sorry I went over. I'll go shorter with other
Thank you.
responses.
That's like a closing speech now for the whole, like a keynote. No, but now we'll just move over to Emmanuel.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm the last, but I hope I'm not the least. Yeah, first of all, I'd like to thank the organizers for really bringing me to the World Bank. I was here in 1997 when I was on American Bar Association Fellowship at the American University of Washington, I think, yeah. And this is my second time, and I think it's very, very important. I'm honored, really. Secondly, I'd like to thank organizers for adding in the word environmental rule of law. You know, been talking of rule of law, but now the word environmental rule of law is very, very important. It's actually, you know, relevant today. Now, I've been asked to talk about my expertise. I'll address that covering 4 aspects. 1, as a law teacher, environmental law teacher. Number 2, as a consultant. Number 3, as a practitioner. I have a law firm. But also now, number 4, as the chair of the biodiversity specialist group. Now, the first part of it, of teaching law, is that I've been teaching law for many years, but I have realized that we have not been actually teaching environmental rule of law, because you go to class, look at the statutes, but you don't know what is happening in the forests. You don't know what is happening in the communities. I'm glad there is somebody from the indigenous communities. So I think I'm trying to change to see if possible you teach environmental law from the field, because that's when really you appreciate the rule of law. Then when I come to the consultant, again, I've been a consultant for some years. I've drafted policies, laws. But one of the questions that I will ask myself, who are we drafting this law for? Because we are in a workshop, but the stakeholders are not there. But even the plants, because you see, when you are drafting a law, especially rights of nature, you are looking at a tree. A tree cannot defend itself. It cannot come as a witness. But above it all, if for example, if the court is to give what they call costs, how much would you pay a tree, you see, to be happy? Will you order restoration? Will the tree thank you, or will it pay you? So that's a challenge I've already seen, because the laws really, I think that's why the question is talking about transformative change, not business as usual. You see, we have all of these laws. How come there's still environmental degradation? Where have we gone wrong? You see, that's the question we need to understand, but I'll talk about it later. Now, the third part, which I said is the biodiversity chair. This is a new specialist group. Very, very important, because when you talk about biodiversity, what is it? You see, because you'll find that the biodiversity issue is all over the place. And actually, I've been doing some, again, consultants. I realized that in some countries, biodiversity is under Wildlife Act, Wildlife Conservation Act. So you'll find it sometimes it is even the first. As a result, the institutions conflict, you know, over mandate, over duplication. So at the end of the day, there's no protection of biodiversity. So which means that this now specialized group is indeed special, because we are trying to make sure that there is protection of biodiversity. Then the last one, which is practicing law. Well, I have done a few cases, but one of the interesting situations I faced was the interpretation of the law. Because you'll find that some judges are interpreting the law like they are interpreting for the human beings. They forget that they are interpreting the law for the indigenous communities, interpreting the law for the trees, interpreting the law for the fish. So as a result, the beneficiaries, I have lost 2 cases actually, and of course some people laughed at me because a professor of law losing a case was really embarrassing. But you see, I lost a case because the judge did not understand the concept of environmental law. And that's why I think actually one of the issues that may be in capacity building, we need to do more. We've been trying to teach the judges, but also the magistrates, the prosecutors, even the defense counsel, they need really to understand what is environmental law, what is biodiversity law, so that they are able to contribute. Otherwise, if we leave it like this, business as usual, then biodiversity, the one I'm the chair of the specialist group, will not be protected. So I think I can stop here.
Thank you so much, Emmanuel. And at this point, just reflecting on the comments that we have heard, we've had Irene who started off talking about global food systems and talking about land degradation affecting the poor, and also bringing out the point that soils are not legally protected, like these other parts of the triple planetary crisis. We've heard from Tina, who has spoken to us about the areas of enforcement and transformative change, looking at economic sustainability, which no longer trumps environmental considerations. Stefano spoke to us about his love relationship with freshwater and looking at how equality that can sustain the environment is one of the things that we'd be driving towards, and upscaling and prioritizing the ecosystem function. We've had stories from Katie about ethics and the different places in the US that we currently are and what they represent in the environmental story. And lastly, we've heard from Emmanuel, who has spoken to us about his different roles and how these interact with biodiversity law. Now, I'd like to switch it up a little, just looking to see that we have around 20 minutes or so, and we have one of our panelists, Tina, who's jetting off shortly after this, and I'd like to open for questions. Now, as you're giving your remarks after this, I'd like to bundle in the other questions that we had prepared as a second round, so that then we can also make best use of time. So just opening up for questions to the panelists on whether it's on environmental law education, on soils, whether it's on water, fresh water, or places and ethics, or on biodiversity. I'd like to hear from you any questions that you might have based on the comments that have been made. And in their responses, I'll then ask the panelists to bundle in the other points that we had. I see someone already walking up to the mic, and go ahead, introduce yourself, and also pose your question to the panelists. Thank you.
My name is Aidan. I'm a student at Georgetown Law's Environmental Law and Policy program. And I wanted to ask, I think a lot of you have touched on some very interesting general points, but if you could offer us a model, whether it's a national government or another institution of some kind, that you think is a model for best practices in the environmental rule of law, or has been successful in furthering it in a jurisdiction or a region where it's previously struggled. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have another question? I see Karen walking up to the mic. And we have a question online. So can we have the question first online, and then as Karen is walking up to the mic? Thanks.
A question by Lelenath de Silva asking if speakers can comment on whether the rule of law includes challenging bad laws that actually undermine environmental protection and social safeguards.
Thank you, Karen.
If I could figure out how to... Is this on? Okay. I was really interested in Irene's suggestion that we hear more about soils, because as you say, it is one of those dimensions that we know water, we know biodiversity. But so if you could just elaborate on your soils point, please.
Thank you. One more, if there's any. If not, then we can just bring it back to the panel. And for the interest of time, I'll start off with Tina and then come this way, so that just in case, as we're having our responses, we'll be able to excuse Tina. But Tina.
Thank you, Alvin. Indeed, I need to leave exactly at 1 p.m. to catch my flight. Sorry for that, but thank you for this opportunity to begin. I might want to do so that I pick a question, and it's the first question that came from the audience. And I answer by being annoying and saying that there is no such model. And the reason for this is the high level of diversity we have out there in different legal systems across the globe. That diversity is something that comparative law unravels, explores, studies, tries to understand better. And in the AEL community, during past academic year, came a suggestion that we could focus on doing comparative law together with our active community members. And that is something that has now gotten a name called Global Comparative Environmental Law Survey. It's an initiative to engage our community and effort to survey and evaluate the development of national or regional environmental law. Because we know that over the past decade, since 70s when environmental law was born, environmental regulatory systems have become ever more sophisticated, complex and diverse. We would like to understand more of that diversity to genuinely, as an academic pursuit, to add knowledge of the world, but also to facilitate further reforms. And we would like to contribute to the shift of comparative law becoming less Eurocentric and more genuinely global. So thus we have now instigated this new research approach as it advances our core missions. And equally importantly, our diverse community of scholars coming from those different legal traditions, cultures, having skills of various languages, will be invaluable for carrying out this work. So my answer to you is no, there is no such one brilliant model, and I know it's simplistic. There might be countries that perform better, but I suppose my answer comes from an understanding that if the motivation behind your question was to seek for models for legal transplants, they don't often function that well. It is better to root the environmental rule of law to the existing legal system as they are. And to be able to do it, we need to first know about the intricacies, the details, the nuances we have out there. So thank you for the brilliant question, because it gave me the possibility to say the most important thing I had in mind. This work, importantly, will be led by Professor Jae-Min Yang from Santa Clara University, California, part of our board at AEL.
Thank you very much, Tina. And now we'll come back to Irene. And Irene, as you're reflecting on the questions that have been posed, you'll also be talking about what the legal challenges are in protecting soils, of course, and how at the national levels in different countries, there are examples that can be brought out on how to protect our soils. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much, Eileen, and thanks also for your question. Karen, I would like to start with international law, because soil degradation definitely belongs to the most pressing environmental challenges. It's not a new topic, of course. I remember being here at the EPA in Washington in 1992. There was already a problem by then. I mean, it was called a little bit differently. It was more a discussion about non-point source pollution control, but this includes soil protection aspects. At the moment, we have a discussion about soil health, also similar questions. And I, of course, hope that we will manage to protect soils the same way we do protect other environmental media. And international law can play a crucial role in protecting soils, providing frameworks for countries to cooperate and to coordinate efforts in soil-related matters. But at the moment, on the international level, there are no sufficient means for the protection of soils. They are still missing. We have 3 Rio Conventions, but they all do not include anywhere near a sufficient range of instruments, legal instruments, to protect against all soil threats and to manage soil in a sustainable way. And the policies often have other aims and other scopes, like, for example, the UNFCCC falls short in terms of soil protection or addressing soil degradation, has a limited focus, lacks specific targets, and there's also no coordination between the UNCCD and SDG 15 and other legal frameworks. Paris Agreement has only voluntary commitments in the NDCs, and the CBD, for example, has also some instruments but lacks a focus on soil conservation. This is also indirectly tackled, and next to other aspects like inadequate monitoring, reporting, limited policy for instruments. And the UNCCD aims to combating DDLD, desertification, drought, and land degradation, in particular in African countries, while it acknowledges the importance of soil health within the context of desertification and land degradation. But it may not have a specific dedicated focus on soil health itself. It is only formally applicable in dry lands, which only occupy like 40% of the Earth's surface. So also the geographic focus is limited. Delivering SDG target 15.3 on land degradation neutrality, LDN, requires strengthening legal and policy frameworks, that is for sure, but it doesn't really happen at the moment. So there is still no specific or comprehensive international treaty. The UNCCD might be a good starting point for filling the legal gaps. And for example, WCEL has already proposed a protocol on the protection and sustainable use of soils. Could also be a thematic annex to the UNCCD. Of course, I would also like to mention in this context of international law that the environmental rule of law has also a relationship to with the constitutional rights, human rights, other rights related to the environment. Healthy soils are necessary for realizing the right to food, to property, health, of course, as well as other cultural, economic, and political rights. And I also would like to mention what Patricia had said at the beginning, that this includes the legal protection of indigenous peoples who directly live from their land, or of women or other groups which have been marginalized in the past. Concerning Aaron's question on the national aspects of legislation, maybe also some few words about the regional ones. Concerning legal instruments for the protection and sustainable use of soils, there are large differences between the countries and regions worldwide, of course depending on the soil variability. And we need kind of tailor-made solutions to tackle soil degradation. In general, there are different models like soil protection provisions in specific soil protection acts. You can have a look at the SoilEx database of FAO to get an impression on that. There are environmental protection acts, and sometimes they include the soil. We can also talk about the sense for soils of integrated legal instruments. And of course, it can be side aspects in other contexts, like spatial planning or so. In general, I would like to differentiate between the soil-related legal instruments, which can be planning instruments, for example, like setting up soil protection plans or soil protection areas, classification as soil protection areas. There are instruments of direct behavior control, like soil protection obligations, which are in some soil protection acts, state acts, or the prohibition, for example, of extremely soil endangering pollutants. This is also an important legal instrument. And there are, of course, other instruments like direct behavior control ones, monitoring market-based instruments, taxes or subsidies, like, for example, a tax on mineral nitrogen fertilizers, or a permit of trading schemes similar to the CO2 ones. We we can have a system on tradable landfill allowances just as an idea. I'm just now talking about several ideas. There are options to implement first, to agree on legal instruments, and the next steps then would be the implementation. Talking about what is a very good Soil Protection Act, I just had in mind the one of Liechtenstein, very small country in Europe, which has many problems to deal with soil protection issues. It's in a mountainous area. Some of you live nearby. So the act is very interesting. I mean, we can have a look at it. And yeah, there are interesting legal instruments. Of course, there are many other legal instruments like liability regimes as parts of private law or criminal law aspects. For example, in Germany, we have in our criminal code, we have a paragraph on soil protection. There are always advantages, disadvantages of each instrument. And I also just want to say one sentence about the regional aspects. They also include or can also include provisions between the international and the national level that can have very positive effects. And we have written about that in the International Yearbook on Soil Law and Policy. If you want to find a little bit more about documentations of possible legal instruments, or also about workshops we have done in Africa and India and in Southeast Asia dealing with all these problems. So thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Irene, for that. And just turning to Stefano and Tina and to Emmanuel, in reflections to the questions and looking also that now I think we have like 9 minutes to go. Sorry to then press you a bit, but as you're giving your responses, to reflect on the questions that have been posed and also give us some remarks that you might wish to add to what you had previously spoken about in terms of water law, ethics, biodiversity. Stefano.
I'll try to be quick. Picking up on a point raised by Kate, I guess, you asked the question. There is no global legal instrument at the international level that addresses water issues, freshwater issues. There are freshwater in rivers, lakes, and aquifers that addresses the health, if you like. We are speaking of One Health. This is something that is beginning to resonate with me. So there is no global legal instrument at the moment that addresses the health of freshwater systems, rivers, lakes, and underground. So perhaps it's time to begin thinking about one, because there is a spate and plenty of legal instruments internationally, bilateral and multilateral, that address transboundary rivers, lakes, and aquifers. But that's a different story. It's a different dimension. And in this, in relation to this body of international law as regards transboundary rivers, lakes, and aquifers, you see a growing attention to what I called earlier the environmental dimension and the environmental value of freshwater systems, as opposed to the utilitarian, value and view of freshwater, which has prevailed in the past. So it's not a direct answer to the questions, because actually I can't point to any model. Somebody was asking for a model, but etc. But if I could carry on from the domestic, side of things, and this, what I pointed and what I mentioned as, the challenge that I see ahead in terms of environmental law and environmental rule of law from a freshwater perspective. There is now a spate, increasingly in the last, I would say, 15, but no, since the beginning of this century, enormous increasing attention to upscaling and bringing up the environmental value of freshwater in support of ecosystems in general. And you have a number of legal approaches and mechanisms to accommodating this new view of, if you like, of fresh water, not only as a means of production of economic and social development, but also as an environment ecosystem support, function and value. And this goes, you have a range of instruments that have, they range from the minimum flow requirements of rivers, which is well known and practiced, in virtually everywhere in the world, to the cutting edge personification of rivers. Somebody spoke earlier this morning of the rights of nature. Well, the rights of nature, you already have examples where the courts, as a result of litigation, or the legislatures have personified rivers, have granted rivers legal personality and rights of their own. Or countries like Australia, where you have this new institution which is called the Environmental Water Holder. So it's a new sort of a public institution that holds water rights that are destined and dedicated for and to foster the ecosystem support function of river systems. So you have a constellation, if you like, of different approaches and mechanisms in contemporary domestic water legislation that address this issue that I mentioned and that seek to respond to the challenge that I mentioned. And if I spend one word on the environmental rule of law as far as or with respect to transparency and inclusivity of local ethnic groups, indigenous populations, there's also a lot of attention, in particular in countries where you have pluralistic legal systems, to bringing, to reflecting this diversity and this plurality of rights in water and bring them in the fold of, somehow or other, in the fold of formal law, and ensuring, thus trying to ensure at least a minimum of justice, if you like, in the allocation and use of this vital resource. I think I'll stop here.
Thank you so much, Stefano. Katie?
I'd also like to take this moment for a procedural point that we started 5 minutes late, so perhaps we have a little bit of extra time. I used to actually get really, really nervous when I would speak in front of audiences like this. Incredibly amazing people with amazing titles, the experience, the expertise, the backgrounds. And as I'm getting older, I'm starting to actually get angry. And it makes it, not to go back to Dr. King, I could always go back to Dr. King, but there's a righteous anger, right? Sometimes it's the right emotion, particularly in the face of injustice. We have so much power in this room. Holy moly, we have so much power on this block, in this city, in this nation, that also correlates with our responsibility, of course. And we have a duty to open doors to let people in and to create spaces to let people in that don't just have the titles and the degrees behind their name. That is our responsibility. And in fact, it's those people who give us our legitimacy. So to the question about a best practices model from the student in the back, I love it. For me, due process is everything. If we do not have a sound ethical methodology, we will not have sound ethical results. It's sometimes easier to look at bad practices. Every interaction, whether it's with one-on-one or with an organization, I always learn how to be or how not to be. And so there's something happening right now called 30 by 30. And when I talk to local communities and traditional peoples, they're saying it's a land grab, it's a land grab, it's a land grab. When I'm in front of Western audiences with this, they're like, this is this quippy, great thing that we can pick up, politicians will love it, da 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 da. So I'm hearing opposite things, right? And so I heard from a woman last week with the International Tribal Council. And she says, well, 30 by 30 had 0 Indigenous people representation. So from the beginning, it's a flawed system. So how in the world can we expect a just, sustainable solution, right? For good examples, creative courts. The Canadian court with the residential school settlement. They worked with Indigenous peoples from the outset for co-ownership, not just for the settlement, but for the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, where they heard the stories of the harms. They said, okay, these harms happened to you, so let's sit in a room with you and hear what you want to remedy that harm. That too often does not happen, right? Instead, they try to throw money at a situation when sometimes they just want an acknowledgement that the harm happened. Why many organizations today open with land acknowledgements. It's simple, but it's powerful and it's meaningful, right? There's also the local Agenda 21 program in Brazil, which was incredibly successful, but then once, and this was pre-Bolsonaro. So for methodology, I always say you can't just go law, you have to do law and policy. You cannot separate the two, because you may have the best laws in the books, but you get a hostile administration, it's like those laws don't even exist, right? So you always have to talk about the legal and political implications. For my own work, where I'm learning from all these interactions, I have two projects, Gary Rise in Gary, Indiana, an area that's 90% demographics Black, extreme poverty. And when I sit down with these groups, and this is also what I learned, I always learn, like, when you create good work and good people and meaningful interaction, how do I replicate that? That an authenticity, showing up. I mean, too often you'll have this room. If this was a community meeting, it would be packed. It would be packed. But there'd maybe be me as the international lawyer that shows up. It is so meaningful to simply show up and listen. Just listen. Just create that space. It's hard work. Don't make promises you can't keep, because they live on a world of broken promises and betrayals. Make it personal. The opening today with Patricia that said that law is personal. I go there for environmental ethics and law, but we talk about domestic violence, homelessness, the pathway from education to prisons, but it's all part of that story of how do we make a just and sustainable life. That's part of the story, right? So, and then also the Recife Declaration on Racism as a Global Public Health Crisis. It's a recent project I'm doing with American Public Health Association, going outside of checkbox conservation organizations to medical communities, Indigenous, Afro-Indigenous, and even speaking to the LGBTQ community. We had a Black woman, Indigenous, transgendered representative at the table. And when we're talking about compounding harms, so she has harms being Black, she has harms being Indigenous, she has harms coming from the LGBTQ community, and no one listens, right? So it's just take that first step to create the space. So best practice, difficult, but you can always learn how not to be, and also how to kind of continue to strengthen the personal and the heart and the identity. I think this is where I'll end. I think sometimes with our global work, we aim for universality. Like, we have all this in common, yay, you know. But I think that anonymity is part of why we have failed. I think we need to name names and places and successes and bad actors too, right? And I think even though it's more difficult, I honestly think that that's path to this kind of mosaic of local that should kind of inform better global action. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. And as we go to Emmanuel, also looking at the clock, I'd like to also reflect, first of all, in terms of responses to the questions, but also any messages you might want to leave with the team that we have here.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. You know, I'm glad a young person is chairing this this session. This is encouraging. I'm going to answer these questions using my experience from Africa, which where I've worked for a long time. Now, the first question is very, very important. The model institution. It is not there, unfortunately, because you see, in the 1990s, the World Bank, where I'm here now, started what they call the framework environmental legislation in most African countries. And they established what they call the environmental authorities, to become with authority. The purpose by then was to be a model where really they would be able to enforce, you know, environmental rule of law. Unfortunately, it has not worked because of the conflict between economic development and sustainable development. the investors, the governments want money. So as a result, the enforcement of environmental law is very poor. So there is no really role model. It's unfortunate, but we hope for the best. Then the second question was online, which related to environmental and social safeguards. And I think the World Bank, senior, council talked about it. You see, again, the intention of environmental and social safeguards, one of the elements is protect human rights. But of course, there is a challenge, which the World Bank again called the use of country systems, because they have their standards, environmental and social safeguards, which the standards are too high. And then the country systems, the standards are there, but they cannot be implemented, especially like when you are talking about resettlement, compensation. For example, if that compensate you, you must have a land title according to our laws. Then the World Bank says, yes, yeah, you can compensate. Then when they are about to compensate, then these government people go and buy land, get titles, then they take the money. So again, the issue of human rights using environmental and social safeguards has not really worked because again, capitalism, people are looking at capital, the taxes, governments must make money, not the human rights of the indigenous communities, the poor. I've worked with some of them, as she's saying, sometimes you cry. You look at a person and say, how can I help this person? Of course, I don't have power, I don't have money, I don't have anything, but it's very, very sad, and I think we need to do more. Now, in terms of recommendations, I will just emphasize what Patricia said in the morning in her keynote address. One, science. You see, environmental law is not like any other law. The use of science for evidence is very, very critical. I will give you an example, if you give me a minute. Somebody was prosecuting, my former student was prosecuting a case of a person who poisoned fish, used poison. So when he went to court, of course, the fish had rotten. So you know these lawyers. So where is the fish that was poisoned? There were bones. And you know the lawyers, I put it to you that there is no fish. So of course the person was acquitted. But if there was use of science, now you could be able to, tell that this is the fish. So in other words, the use of science, actually, I tell people, though I didn't do science at A level, but because of environmental law, when I'm talking, I talk like a scientist, because you cannot talk of environmental law without talking about science. You must appreciate. So that recommendation, I think, is very, very important. I hope the World Bank and UNEP will take it up. Then the second recommendation is about biodiversity litigation. Again, I think Patricia talked about it in the morning. See, when you are talking about climate litigation, we are looking at the US and these big countries, but we need biodiversity litigation. Well, we can draw lessons from climate litigation, but we need biodiversity. Because when you are talking of climate litigation, we are looking at big companies, but here we are looking at the biodiversity litigation that deals with the indigenous communities, deals with that kampara. You know, kampara comes from the word impara. That animal, beautiful animal that is being hunted, for meat, you see. So in other words, what we need to do is that, and if we do that, at least, then the last one actually, which I should have said, is also the use of customary environmental law. Actually, when I'm teaching environmental law, the first class, I say that the best environmental law was during the pre-colonial period, when actually the local people, we are protecting the environment. Actually, they were using it, shifting cultivation, nomadic pastoralism, and actually like Lake Victoria, which is the biggest lake in our country, nobody could defecate because it is like semi-god. But now when these people are swimming, the modern people, they mess it up. You see, you find they pollute it. But during the pre-colonial period, they couldn't because it was semi-god. In other words, Narubari, that means God. So in other words, we also need to start rethinking about the application of environmental law, or rather customary environmental law, really to protect our environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Emmanuel. And now I'm just about to hand to Ayman, and I'd like to first thank esteemed panelists for their contributions. We have Tina, who has already left for her flight. We thank you, Irene. Thank you, Stefano. Thank you, Katie. Thank you, Emmanuel. And we've heard about different aspects of the environmental rule of law and how it can be used to transform our societies. And so I'd urge you all to take some of this knowledge and see how you would like to contribute to strengthening environmental laws. Thank you for your participation, and back to you, Ayman.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll be very brief. We talked about the right to food. We talked about enforcement. The time for lunch break has come. So we'll be resuming in 15 minutes with the third panel on environmental rule of law in areas beyond national jurisdictions, oceans, pole, and space. That will be chaired by Pradeep Singh, who's the deputy chair of the IUCN WCEL Ocean Law Specialist Group and is also affiliated with the Institute for Advanced Sustainability Studies. So back here in 49 minutes, actually. Bon appétit, everyone. Thank you.